Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa (CDD).
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Rest isn't laziness. It's your body's reset button. Hello, my name is Emmanuel Olise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Today, let's discuss one of the most underrated health boosters, sleep. You can eat right and exercise daily, but without good sleep, your body never truly recovers. Number 1, sleep is cellular repair. During deep sleep, your body heals, builds muscles, and restores energy. It's also when your brain clears out toxins and strengthens memory. 2, stick to a schedule. Go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, even on weekends. Your body thrives on rhythm. 3, create a sleep sanctuary. Dim lights, cool temperature, and 0 screens before bed. Your bedroom should tell your body it's time to rest. 4, avoid late caffeine and heavy meals. They interfere with deep sleep stages. Opt for herbal tea or light snacks instead. In summary, sleep isn't optional. It's essential medicine. Protect it like you would any prescription. I'm Emmanuel Olise, and this is SOUQ Health Tips. Sleep well, your body's counting on it.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million. a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Welcome to Words of Our Fathers. Today, we'll be looking at a proverb. When the music changes, so does the dancing. What does this mean? It means that we must change. There must be change. Change is necessary in society. For companies, for individuals, for communities, for firms, for organizations, for the country itself. In the business world, there's something called diversification, where a company decides to either change a brand or go into other brands or go into other areas of manufacturing. For an individual, there's a need to change, the need to train, the need to develop one for the future. For communities, there's need for change. You need to build roads, you need to have water supply, you need to have electricity. One cannot just sit down and fold exams thinking something will fall from the skies. We must endeavor to change. We must endeavor to initiate, create. So as we begin today, let us consider change. Let us consider new initiatives that will make life better for our people. The words of our fathers are words of wisdom. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
The economy is changing. Technology is advancing. Industries are evolving. The question is, are your skills keeping up? Today's job market rewards adaptability. New skills create new opportunities, and continuous learning increases earning power. Whether it's digital literacy, technical training, financial education, or entrepreneurship, investing in your skills is one of the smartest investments you can make. Because buildings and machines drive development, but skilled people drive economies. Learn more, earn more, contribute more. Empower yourself, strengthen the workforce, build the future. This message supports sustainable economic development.
They say money doesn't change who you are, it just enhances who's already there. So if you're living your life a certain way, let's say you're just blowing money, you're buying drinks, you're buying drugs, what is the money going to do? Is that going to change you or elevate you or just make you spend more money in that area? The reparations, that's my question. Well, what is it going to do?
Well, you believe that Europe and America should do more for Africa?
Well, in what way?
Good afternoon. You know, when I heard you in our studio, what caught me was your voice. I'm really attracted by your voice. But let's start the discussion by getting to know you. Can you run us through your career and the kind of person that you are?
Okay, my name is Lord Frank. I'm a voiceover artist and actor. I've been in the industry for a little over a decade now. And I have done everything from movies, TV series, and I've even been on radio for a little bit. Majority, I do voiceovers, and I produce adverts. Yeah.
Voiceovers, what does that mean to the ordinary man?
Voiceovers are when you just have your voice. Nobody sees you, but they can hear your voice on maybe ads on TV or on radio.
So you must be into advertising, marketing, communications?
That's correct, yes.
What's been your experience?
It's been okay so far. It's been okay so far. You know, there's been ups and downs here and there, just like anything else, but it's been okay so far.
You have this American accent. Has it got to do with your training?
A little bit.
Tell us about your training.
Well, I stayed in the States for a little while, close to 20 some odd years. And I did a couple of courses in terms of radio and TV production.
I'm sure you know Hollywood.
Yes, yes.
Have you had any relationship with Hollywood at all?
Not really, not really.
Do you plan to?
I did at the time. I almost got the extent I almost got close to Hollywood is I almost had an agency. One of the things that you have to do as an actor in Hollywood is get a talent agency, because those are the guys that get you the job. So almost got a talent agency.
We have so many radio and television stations, particularly in Lagos. Have you listened? Have you watched any? What's your opinion?
It's not bad. We're doing all right.
Because I believe that our artists, our presenters tend to be necessarily American or African. And I thought we should have a Nigerian voice. What do you think?
No, I would agree with you. I mean, one of the things that, lets you know you're in a particular country is by what you hear on the radio and things like that, the kind of music, the kind of presenters they have. Yeah, so that's one of the telltale signs that you're in a particular country. So you're absolutely right. So when I turn on the radio, I should hear a Nigerian voice.
What is broadcasting like now globally with social media? Everybody wants to be a journalist now with social media. And it's affecting broadcasters.
Right, you're absolutely right.
What's the way out?
That's a good question. I don't know if I have the answer for that. But unfortunately, attention is currency nowadays. And whoever gets to present first, gets the amount of views. But at the end of the day, people who are more concerned about genuine, true stories will find their platform.
You are so informed and so educated and so trained.
Oh, well, thank you.
What are you trying to bring back to the country?
Well, I've been here a while, so I think genuineness, authenticity is one thing, right? I believe strongly, and that's what I was telling someone earlier, I believe strongly that no matter what you want to show the world, the most important thing is the vehicle that you're using to present it to the world. We could be as Nigerian as we want to be, but the production value has to be as quality as anything, was what everybody's used to.
Let's talk about branding.
Okay.
Seems like everybody wants to brand.
Yes, yes.
Is it the right way to go about it? Or do you use the media? What has branding got to do with it? Or
I believe branding sells, If you believe you have something unique, something that nobody else has, brand it, brand it, because that comes with a whole lot of things. I think people look at you different when you have a brand.
Now we're talking about climate change.
Yes.
In this part of the world, we seem to be far behind. What do you think the media in this part of the world should be doing as regards climate change, sustainability, the green revolution kind of, yes?
I think it's a question of how important is it to us. If there's any truth to it, now I'm going to sound pretty bad, if there's any truth to it, then the focus should be on it, whether it could be alternative energy, how we can be more concerned about how to use those alternative energies as opposed to what our major source of power is, oil and generators and things like that. So it just depends.
We have so many festivals in Nigeria. In Lagos, we've just done Eyo. We have Ofala, we have Agogo. Do you have suggestions on how we can market and monetize it for economic development?
Like, we could build stories around these festivals, they can be the core of our filmmakings or our music, the way that people will be so fascinated about it. By itself, it's doing pretty good. People are already coming from all over the world to come and enjoy these festivals, but I think we can do more. And that comes to how we all have to work together, network, how we can bring what we believe makes us authentic to the rest of the world. We can work together.
America and Nigeria, is there a way we can cooperate in the areas of culture, tradition, music, particularly music? Because our musicians are making hay everywhere now. Is there a way the American government or the American people itself can rally around and have a kind of interrelationship?
Well, I don't know, I can't speak on that particularly, but I think they're collaborating okay. I think they're doing well. Burna Boy is making music with different people, Wizkid and, Rema. All these people are making music with different people. So I think they're doing okay.
What about our fashion? How do we promote it and how do we market it? And how do we inspire the ones at home? How do we go about it?
Like you were saying earlier, that social media has done so much, right? And these individuals just lock in on social media, the word will get out.
So how do we look at our festivals? How do we refine them using technology and using the web results so that we just don't repeat the same thing every year.
There was a gentleman that did an AI video of elderly. I don't know if you came across this thing. It was on YouTube. He put it up. He did an AI video of the elderly in different African attire, different fashions and stuff like that. So that's the way we're going. You know, we can take things that maybe like the festival or whatever it is from our traditions and just combine it with AI and present it to the world.
If I talk about the diaspora, we have a very strong Nigerian diaspora abroad. Is there a way we can encourage them, and is there a way we can unite them up there so that they can contribute to the development of this place? Because what has been happening now are just isolated cases.
Sure.
And they need to be formed into a group, a formidable group, to come to the aid of particularly Nigeria. What should be the role of these diaspora people?
I think it takes a group to open that up, that discussion, you know, a group or maybe an association or, you know, an organization to put together and say, you know, we're looking for our Nigerian brothers and sisters in different places to, you know, come together, and there has to be transparency, there has to be structure. I think if they see the transparency and they see the structure and they see that they're really helping individuals to build and better Nigeria, I think they'll get involved.
I write a lot, but even some of my colleagues have observed that there's a shortage of African writers. We're all riding on the fame and popularity of Wole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe. It stars, the young ones are not coming up. Is there a way we can fashion out a training program or a project?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, when you look at the entertainment world, what's selling is the Nigerian Idol, the African voices and things like that. And it's more tailored towards musicians. I think if there were more competitions or contests in regard to writers,
yes,
I think some people will, you know, come out and will inspire a new generation of writers, you know, and having the likes of you or Wole Soyinka being the judges and stuff like that, and really making it a big celebration. You know, people will turn out. Yeah.
You're doing voiceovers, and I know you'll be concerned about AI.
Yes.
I'm not fascinated by AI.
Okay.
Because I think it will kill creativity.
Sure.
So how will AI affect your business and my business?
It really depends on who you're talking to. Because some people may say, you know, I have the idea, I have what I know I want to do. AI just helps me go from point A to point B a little quicker, you know, and that's all it does. And some people can say, okay, let me just sit back and type, give me an idea. That's where we're now in trouble. You know, I think that's the difference there. I'm
going to ask a very sensitive question, and it's been in the news for some time now. This issue of reparation. Do you think that the black people, the Africans, will deserve reparation from Europe?
Wow, that is really sensitive. It's really sensitive.
That's why I said it's sensitive.
Right.
Because some governments are already doing it. Germany is doing it.
Yeah.
France is doing it. So it's not a big deal.
Yeah. I guess my question is, to what end? They say money doesn't change who you are, it just enhances who's already there. So if you're living your life a certain way, let's say you're just blowing money, you're buying drinks, you're buying drugs, what is the money going to do? Is that going to change you or elevate you or just make you spend more money in that area? Why the reparations? That's my question. Well, what is it going to do? What's going to do? Because there's so many individuals that are excelling, even way before we even talk about this day and age. Back then, a long time ago, there was a place called Black Wall Street in New York. I think it's in New York. That it was ran by all black Americans, and it was doing quite well, until, you know, they got messed up. But the point I'm trying to make is, what is the goal of the reparations? What is really the goal?
Well, you believe that Europe and America should do more for Africa?
Well, in what way?
Technically. Training, investment.
Okay. I think it boils down to trust.
Let's talk about politics a little bit. And you can't talk about politics without talking about democracy in Africa. What's your perception of the prevailing democratic atmosphere in Africa? Our leaders, our political leaders.
Unfortunately, they say people deserve the leaders they get. What pool are these leaders coming from? And just being honest, what kind of people are we? If we're kind of people who have, you know, a level of pride in our country, a level of trust, a level of integrity, you know, then the leaders we choose will be different, I think. We have to start with ourselves.
I'm not a youth. But we have 70% or 60% of our population are youth. What do you think we should be doing with these guys? Some unemployed, some employed, some with some skills, but no support. What kind of support would you recommend? From individuals, from government, and from established people like you?
There's so many things that we can do with our youth. So many things. There are factories that can be built. There's farmland that can, that can be placed in. There's so many things that we can use. So, I mean, that goes back to how much love we have for our country, how much love we have for our people. And like I said, it's just about pride. If you have that much pride in the motherland, then all our youths are ready to work. They're not lazy. At least we can't say they're lazy because we haven't given them the opportunity. We have to say, okay, to really see that, okay, you have an opportunity. Are you ready? Are you ready to work? We can't tell. We can't say because we haven't given them the opportunity.
Finally, 5 years from now, what will Nigerian entertainment industry, music industry, what peak will it reach? How will you rate it in 5 years' time? Our entertainment industry, Hollywood, our musicians. We have lots that we have to offer.
That's a very good question. So right now, music industry is doing quite well, very well, almost in terms of same level as music industry anywhere else. And Nollywood is getting really close. It's really, really getting close. So I think in 5 years, right, we'll have a lot of partnerships. We'll have a lot of more of our stuff being out there. If we just stay the course, the way we're going now, I think in 5 years we'll be revered around the world.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Thank you.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city. It is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced the golden era, marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun, near Ile-Ife, revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakon and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetono Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetono Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetono's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetono maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetono built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetono, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu-Ode each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetono presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice reports duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed cement company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy.
Hello and welcome to Tuesday's edition of SOUQ Business Landscape, where we go beyond news to uncover what happened, why it matters, who wins, who loses, and what comes next. I am Olumide Shokoya. I'm also joined by Dr. Idahosel Saman. Good morning and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape.
Olumide, good morning. Pleasure to be here. Good morning, viewers out there, and on that day of hope.
All right, so if I may ask you, I'm sure you've seen videos of this vandalism going on under the bridge. Yesterday was also another video. The task force rounded up some people staying in all those shanties and all that. What do you think is the lasting solution to all this? You know, we have those they call iron condemn who go, you know, in the neighborhoods, they get things to recycle. Should we round them up and just ban them totally because they are also sourcing for means of livelihood? Or what should the government do?
I think it's quite unfortunate. I want to see it as a disconnect between the state and the citizens. That many of people at the lower rung of the ladder seem to be dissociated or distant from state's infrastructure as if it is not theirs. And I think that's the only thing that accounts and explains for some of the things that we see in our country. You see people go to break major highways. Some people go to rail track to remove iron just to sell. And some people vandalize electricity infrastructure just to sell wire and the rest of it, because at the end of the day, they just feel it's not theirs and it's somebody else's own. And then this set of people come around again, and the people, of course, society call and say, oh, they are suffering. And then we find ways to blackmail if they are arrested or dealt with, and say, because they don't have the means to defend themselves. So it's quite unfortunate.
But again, it speaks to the greed and selfishness in many of us, which is the fundamental issue that we see. So you can imagine if this person at this low range of the society can vandalize public good for personal gain. Imagine making him the president of Nigeria, where he has access to the treasury. He will loot it. It's a kind of a chronograph nature of the greed in most of us.
Yes.
And I think it's something that we must, you see, because at the end of the day, people are saying, oh, those are stealing money. But you go to manhole and remove the iron and sell it. You go to rail track and remove iron and sell it. You cut electricity and sell the wire for your personal gain. And then you turn around and blame other people that they are stealing public money. You see, this is an irony that people can get to that and they cannot even collectively protect this thing that belongs to all of us. Knowing fully well that if you take an iron off a rail track and the train is coming, that it will lead to accident and people will die.
All right, thank you very much. Doctor, let's quickly move on to what we have today. We have a whole lot on our table this morning. Coming up shortly on SOUQ Business Landscape, Nigeria's livestock economy is already worth an estimated $32 billion, but the federal government wants more than double that figure. Now, can livestock become Nigeria's major economic figure? Now, 7 states added to 355 billion naira to their domestic debt in just 3 months. Why are some states borrowing more while others are cutting their debt? From that, there's a major shift in Nigeria's refinery story, with local refineries receiving 53.7 million barrels of crude in the second quarter. One major refinery reportedly rejected millions of barrels. What's behind this supply dispute? We will find out. Now, the Abuja-Kano Highway, yes, is now targeted for completion in November, with the project reaching about 752 billion naira. What will this massive infrastructure investment mean for trade and transportation? Lagos has received more than 365 billion naira in Federation account revenue in 6 months. Where is the money going and how much of it is enough to transform the state? And lastly, with a 2-bedroom apartment on Lagos Island costing as much as 17.25 million naira a year. Yes, you heard it, 17.25 million naira a year. Has renting in Lagos become a luxury or a necessity? We'll find out after this break. Stay tuned.
My name is Becky Elijah. I'm from UBA, so keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Esther Ashimi, keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Helen Otongwa. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Okpeyemi Temeyemi. I am an entertainer. I am representing Egypt, as you can see. So keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Nena Okavi. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Tom Aldo. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm Elizabeth from POS Services UBA. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Kelechi Agu. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Let's take the first story. President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria is targeting more than doubling the livestock sector's estimated $32 billion annual contribution to the economy as part of effort to establish the country as a leading livestock production and processing hub in Africa. Tinubu stated this in Abuja at the opening of the 9th All-Africa Conference of Animal Agriculture. Now, he said the federal government is committed to transforming livestock production from a largely subsistence and cultural activity into a modern technology. Now, driven and commercially competitive industry, represented by Secretary to the Government of the Federation, that's George Akume. Now, the President said that the transformation would strengthen the food security, create jobs, and of course improve Nigeria's competitiveness in the African livestock market. This is quite a good news, Doctor. It's good to see that we are diversifying. We're not depending on just crude alone. We're trying to diversify. And this administration is doing a whole lot to see that, you know, there are so many avenues of creating wealth. There are so many avenues of how the country can actually grow economically. I mean, towards that $1 trillion economy. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, I think it's one area of our economy that we have not harnessed so well. If you check the Food and Agriculture Organization statistics about the livestock industry in Nigeria, they have it that we have over 55 million cattle or cows, and several millions of goats, several millions of fowl, birds as they call them. And all of this is not translating into real value for us as a country. And if you put that side by side with Denmark, a very small country,
yes,
that is living off the livestock, you think that there's a whole lot that needs to be done. There's a whole lot that needs to be done. And that's why a lot of us feel that there's so much about us that are untapped. And I think the point the President made, that we must transition from taking livestock as a cultural business to fully commercializing it, deploying technology is quite up at this point in time. But again, if you look at it historically, you find that successive regime has made attempt to see how to redesign and modernize the livestock business in Nigeria. But unfortunately, we've not been successful. I remember those days when Ogbe was the Minister of Agriculture, and he was thinking about how government could improve the feed for the livestock, and was contemplating having a partnership to see how we can get grazing grass from Brazil to help the livestock industry. A lot of us mocked him, especially those who are in media. And they say, well, there are no grass in Nigeria. Why would somebody be thinking about importing grasses? And unfortunately, Ogbe himself is a farmer, and he knew what he was talking about. And these are some of the pushback that we have seen. When Muhammadu Buhari came into office, he also attempted to see how do we rest once and for all the nomadic nature, especially for our cow business, and see how we can domesticate it. And then, of course, remember the popular Ruga concept came,
yes,
where people were talking about how do we do ranching and states. And so a lot of people, again, campaign of calumny, trader to say, oh, but Muhammadu Buhari was trying to colonize the Nigerian states for the Fulanese. And because of those blackmail, the government really were not able to make progress.
Why were states against this ranching?
Yeah, but you see, that's why I call it, says the campaign of calumny is blackmail. And there was a whole lot of politics around some of all these things. And what this eventually will mean for us is that, and I think I have said this time without number, that our people have not been able to prioritize, economy over politics. And I think that is a real pushback for Nigerian growth and development. So no matter how brilliant your idea is, people will always want to read ethnic meaning or religious meaning into those ideas. And therefore we have been stagnated for too long. See, because just imagine that it is only milk or dairy product we are taking away from these over 50 million cows that we have. That will be a huge market, not just for Africa, but a global market, if we convert it. Denmark is taking over 45 billion from dairy alone. We're not talking about beef. So when you look at it, you see that there's more productivity in Denmark compared to our population. So our population is known as, I would want to say, translating into high value. Because again, in the value chain, there's a whole lot of gap that are not met. So even if you are going to be doing making, you are going to be thinking that, yes, storage. We need to, yes, of course, cold storage for milk, processing facilities, and all these things that we can put in place to actually ensure that this thing is not just money spinner. It is going to be a prosperity engine if properly put in place. We need vet doctors to be trained in their millions, who will be able to attend to the health of these animals. We don't have that at the moment. We need good feeding for these animals. So not the lean structure that we are seeing here. You see one cow in Denmark can weigh up to 900 kg.
But Doctor,
you see the beef and these things that come from it. So there's a whole lot that the industry affords us in terms of creating employment instead of reducing poverty, but refusing to modernize it is a bigger problem that I think the government is going to face. So any government that will be able to take that decisive actions to stop nomadic livestock practice in Nigeria will, of course, will be given a kudos for a good job done, in my view. But there's a whole lot of pushback into this thing. So I feel that government is saying what is right, but would there be a political will to be able to execute this? The days coming will, of course, have to tell. I know government has made very significant progress in terms of, number one, also setting up a now full-fledged ministry for livestock. But what these people are able to do in terms of really domesticating what they're doing elsewhere in our own environment is yet to be seen.
All right, so you talked about nomadic lifestyle, but in order to address nomadic lifestyle, cattle ranching, we still have an underlying factor. We have the farmer-herder clash, which is there. So how do we solve, or how do we use one stone to kill two birds?
Well,
I mean, all of this,
the
Doctor.
question is, why are farmer and herder clashing? It's because of the nomadic lifestyle.
So how do we solve it?
It's to ranch them. You don't see cow moving anywhere else in the world.
Can we actually stop cows from moving?
It is possible. It's possible. Designate places for it where cattle can graze, that's all. And they stay in their ranch. And those community of people who live there in the ranch, then of course government extend facility to them. For their children, schools are built. For their healthcare system, hospitals are provided. Access road is provided to ensure that what is produced in the ranch gets to the market. And all of the things that they need, electricity is in the place. The government is supplying them water. So all this is what is required. But you see, there's a narrative around this ranching that it is a kind of an indirect way of land grabbing. And this is a problem, and that is why, of course, some people are laying claim to what they call the gazetted grazing routes that was done when the population of Nigeria was barely 50 million. So we could afford grazing routes in 1960, 1970. But in 2026, Nigeria cannot afford grazing routes. Because those places you call grazing routes have become cities and towns.
Yes, developed.
So this is the only way to solve it, is to prohibit animals from moving in the streets and be restricted to a particular region. But we also have the responsibility to ensure that there are proper grazing facility in those areas, adequate water because the animal drinks a lot of water, and then of course make provisions for the education of the children that are born within that environment and provide them with good health care system. And all of these things are part of the incentive that government has to put on the ground to encourage this thing to work. But for me, the proper thing to do is to ranch and let's have all these things, and we don't see animal wandering in the city, wandering on the road, looking for green grass. And I think once that is done, those issues that you call farmer header will be put to rest finally. Yeah. But unfortunately, there's pushback from states because another narrative is to say that every single cow in Nigeria is owned by a Fulani man, which again is a very poor narrative. Because the people of certain ethnic nationality are the ones specializing in maintaining those herds does not mean it belongs to them. So we must be able to understand that all these cows that you see in the south here that are grazing, they are owned by Southerners who are also farming cows. So what I feel is important is that government must get the political will, to be able to say, look, let's stop this practice. Let's have a good farm system. Let's support farmers. Just the way we are helping them with fertilizer, we have to also help them with grasses and water to graze. And this, of course, will put pay to the crisis that we witness in terms of animals wandering into other people's farm and eating up their crops.
All right, you also mentioned something about technology. So I wanted to ask, what role do you think technology can play in all this to help improve maybe the livestock, to improve the quality of livestock? You mentioned something about lean cows. What role can technology play?
Well, we cannot also take away the place of genetics.
Yes.
In animal husbandry, where we're going to do breeding. That, of course, will actually help you breed high-quality cow.
Genetic engineering.
Engineering, of course. So all this is required to be able to make our cows, what they should be, our fowl, what they should be, our goats and the rest of it, to produce quality, curated contents. So this, for me, is also very, very important. You see, there are animal diseases, just like you have human diseases.
Yes.
And then, of course, we must also find a way to provide adequate medical facilities for these animals. And that are all that is required by us. And, of course, people continue to study these animals and see how do we improve the yield, improve the quality of the milk, improve the quality of the beef, the quality of the leather and the rest of it. And all this can be done. And once we put this in here, and then, of course, technology, even of milking the animals, and not using a crude way to do it, these are scientifically deployed, will help that industry better than the way it is at the moment.
All right, so in all of this, the projection is 32, double. Now, we are estimating 32, we've not gotten there, but we are also estimating to double that, $32 billion. Do you think we have the capacity and the willpower, like you said.
I think what is missing is the willpower. If the government eventually today summon up that willpower to do what is needful, we can triple what we currently get from this, maybe in 2 years.
Do you think we need a legislation to enact, maybe for ranching or something that would, gear up states?
Yes, I think, yeah, of course. There are also extant rules and laws. And there were areas that were officially gazetted for ranching. I think what we just need to do to reinvent those laws, and if those places are no longer available, create new ranches, opportunities around the 36 states of the Federation, and then, of course, we can properly do livestock business.
Thank you very much. Let's quickly move on to the next story. We're looking at debt. Now, 7 Nigerian state governments increased their domestic debt stock by a combined 355.18 billion naira in the first quarter of 2026, despite claims by some governors that they had not taken fresh loans. Now, according to data from the Debt Management Office, the increase was concentrated among 7 states between December 31st, 2025 and March 31st, 2026. However, 29 other states recorded reductions in domestic debt stocks during the same period. Now, the figure highlights different debt management strategies across Nigeria's subnational governments, with some states increasing their borrowing while others actually reduced outstanding obligations. So, Doctor, yes, I know you've always said it. Both nationals and subnationals, they need debt. They need to borrow. They need loans to expand, to do this. I mean, in fact, the United States, if you look at what their debt is the entire budget of Africa. But I must ask, 7 states have increased their debt. What are they actually borrowing money for?
Yeah, but without really holding brief for most of the states, there's a whole lot of pressure within the society at the moment. People are expecting a lot from government. Some states are not as viable as others. Some states have been infested with insecurity more than others.
Okay.
And these basic challenges that, of course, we see, of course, also putting pressure on the state to reinvent itself. Take, for example, Borno State. So IGI is poor.
Yes.
And then, of course, nobody is going to ask you whether you are passing through a war. So people want Borno to be like Lagos State. And, of course, if you are going to rate the performance of the governor, it's if he's able to do what is happening in Lagos. And that pressure alone will definitely push states like Borno to go look for money elsewhere. And so when you look at the states where this is happening, for example, you talk about Kaduna State, my own state, Edo State, where the governor is trying to do some major infrastructure projects. For the first time, I think that he's building the first flyover in my own state. And I learned that that has turned into a tourist attraction right now because all our young boys and girls, that's where they go to do a hangout, first of its kind in Edo State. So these are infrastructure that are requiring facilities. So when you look at it, Nasarawa is also trying to see how to explore the solid mineral potentials within its state, and I think they've done a great deal in terms of investment there. So I think these are part of the states that are involved in this taking fresh loan domestically initiated debts. And of course, if you go to FCT, which is also one of them, and I think if you look at the resource coming to FCT from the Federation account, I think it's 1% of the revenue that's accruable to the federal government that is meant for FCT to develop. And when you look at the volume, for example, of the commissioning of projects that the Minister for FCT did in last month for 30 days consistently, you see that, of course, there should be justification that you needed a lot of funds to be able to fund those projects. And I think those are the things that are accounting for it. Like I said, there's a huge infrastructure gap in the country. And if that is anything to go by, and we will want to close that gap as quickly as possible, because we need good life, definitely subnationals will still continue to borrow money. Yeah, for those who are not borrowing, yes, kudos, because they have the means. But the truth is that we need to double up in terms of providing basic amenities for our people. And that is the only way that we can be sure that people are living decent lives. And if it will take debt for us to invest in some of all these things to produce, whether they are social capital or even profit to the state, to generate IGI, I think it will be just a nice thing to do. Because if you're asking foreign investor to come to your state, for example, to do investment, you must also guarantee that there's safety, and then, of course, the enabling environment for such business to prosper are there in terms of basic infrastructure, whether they be road, whether they be hotels, whether they be recreational facility, good healthcare, and all this will be needed. And I think that's what some of these states are doing. But again, when you look at it vis-a-vis debt to your IGI ratio, many of the states are in cool zone. I think about 3 of the states are in cool zone. One of the states is moderate, and I think that's Edo. And about 3 of the states, Borno and 2 others, are in the red zone, which means, of course, in terms of the debt to internally generated revenue ratio, the capacity of Borno and 2 other states to be able to repay their debt, if everything is equal, then it will be difficult. So, but things are always not equal.
Why not cut your coat according to your cloth? If you don't have the resources to pay back this debt, if you don't have projects that would yield profit to pay back this debt, why?
Yeah, but you see, there's also a pressure for performance. It's not just about staying and you are sitting down there, because the citizens are expecting you to do more.
When you say do more, a particular governor married off about 1,000 of his citizens, and you wonder, if you sponsor weddings, there's life after marriage, there's life after wedding. What happens then? Is that a good way of supporting your state?
Well, I think it's what the priority of every state government is. The issue is, again, you are looking at some people feel they are up to the age of marriage and they are not marrying. And the reason is, oh, the economy is hard, they cannot afford it, and the rest of it. And some people just wasting their life away, and also thinking by making that provision for them to marry can make them more responsible. That if they have responsibility and things that they are thinking about, then they may become more responsible. But the argument is neither here nor there. What is important for me is the fact that governments are doing social interventions. And I don't think it's even states alone. I think in the Catholic churches, what they call group marriage, where, of course, the church ensure that all young, marriageable people who will not need to be thinking about wedding gown or wedding suit or a very big reception, they can do mass wedding for everybody. So you can wear your akara and come for your wedding. So you don't need to go to break a bank for you to do wedding. Because even the lifestyle of wedding today in Nigeria is not anything that is a joke. For a country of very poor people, where resources is scarce, where people barely can go to school, you see very lavish lifestyle. I say to people, a lot of people are borrowing money to do these parties, just to say I have married. And whereas if you go to other climes, it's not as bad as that. So I think there's a need for us to actually set the template. I remember some years ago, I think it was under Governor Obiano in Anambra State. He has to put a cap on what people can spend on burial and marriage.
Yes.
But to what extent that piece of legislation was obeyed is a different argument on its own. Because a lot of people put themselves, in that competitive mode to say, if Mr. A spend this, me too, I want to spend this.
I want to shut down the street.
Yeah, of course, it's shutting down the street. You see, there was one certain marriage, I think it was Cubana's mother's of parent burial, that one person gave him about 46 cow.
Yes, Obi Cubana.
And then this was we don't need that. And if you go to places now where people are doing burial or doing marriages, you see the kind of, for me, I feel it's waste, really.
All right, so coming back to this, most states, if not all, I stand to be corrected, have resources. What are they doing with their resources? Why are they channeling these resources to convert it into wealth for the state?
Well, I think, especially for resource to talk about, because they are all earth resource, and then you need to harness and convert them.
Definitely.
Then, of course, that requires a lot of resource. And this is the point that I'm making. So, if you have, for example, a rare earth mineral in your state, you don't have the capacity, your population don't have the capacity, for example, to process those rare earth minerals. So which means you will need people to come and do that job for you. So for those people to come, there must be basic facility in your environment.
Yes.
So that will make them comfortable to do that investment. So creating that convenient environment is what the problem is with most of the states. So we have to find a way to build this infrastructure, and then, and only then, you can see private investors come into your environment to take this raw material into finished product. And until those things are done, investment will still be scarce in those areas. So it's not that state have money. The state can start company anyway. So they will need people with money to come and do the business. And for those people to come into that place, the state will need to create the necessary basic infrastructure. And of course, this is where the investment is going right now. So many states are doing a lot of construction work as we speak.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor. I think we're due for a break. And when we come back, we have a special guest in the house. When we come back, we'll continue with SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay tuned. Don't go nowhere.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, Agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Yes, I have a special guest here. I have Adeniyi Ifetayo, Chief Executive Officer, Megastar Media Limited. So glad to have you this morning on SOUQ Business Landscape.
It's my pleasure to be here once again.
You're welcome.
Or my first time, so to say.
Basically. All right, so let's move on to the next story here. We have this one coming in from the crude oil supply. Yes, if I can have that up and running. All right, so let's move on to the next story. Crude oil deliveries to Nigeria's domestic refineries surged by 88.4% in the second quarter of 2026, according to the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC. Now, the NUPRC said local refineries received 53.7 million barrels of crude oil and condensate between April and June, up from 28.5 million barrels delivered in the first quarter. Now, the increase coincided with a 97.4% performance under the federal government's domestic crude supply obligations. Now, the stronger supply is expected to support domestic refinery operations, increase the availability of locally produced petroleum products, and reduce Nigeria's dependence on imported refined fuel. I'm starting with you, Dr. Adeni. We've always talked about trying to increase our local refinery, boost our local refinery. And it says here that, I mean, we had about 53.7 million barrels of crude oil. That's an increase. And also, some people are of the opinion that it is cheaper to import fuel. We've also heard this thing. And Doctor and I, we've bantered so many times that, he said he's of the opinion that for us to increase our crude, we need to bring in technologies, we need to, boost up take care of a whole lot of things. But from your own perspective, what do you think can get us? I mean, we are doing 2.5, but we're also thinking of increasing that beyond the OPEC target. But what do you think can be the final solution or lasting solution? Apart from Dangote, we've talked about Dangote. Let's have more Dangote.
There's another thing I feel that the government, they are not looking at as modular refineries that can be encouraged from private citizens, to partner, just like we normally say government cannot do everything. And that reminds me of the famous, former American president, John F. Kennedy, who said, ask what you can do for your country, don't ask what your country can do for you. So I think they should give that enabling environment for those who can come in, especially modular refineries. And also, if you look at the Niger Delta region, we've been battling with vandalism, people refine local, which puts life, in danger. I think there's a kind of rehabilitation. If they can pick those people, how are you doing it? How can we make it, this state or this geopolitical zone, let's have enough modular refinery that can serve the people so that it will reduce the cost of, after they refine, transporting it back to the end user. So local refinery should be encouraged. Also technology, there's nothing you can do in this age and time without using technology to drive some of the things that we are doing. Of course, storage also needs to be looked into, and then transportation. Many a times some we produce in Lagos, they need to take it to a state like, let's say, Osun or Ondo State and all of that. So then the ecosystem around it that make it to the end user, those people who are playing at the downstream sector, how do they get it so that it will reduce the burden on Nigeria? And then, of course, just because in the past, Nigeria, they did what they call crude oil swap.
Yes. Crude for Naira.
Crude for Naira. Not only that, some construction company, they don't receive Naira, they don't receive dollar.
They receive crude.
They receive crude oil. So whenever we produce, those people need to be given their quota first. Before we now talk about the OPEC, whether we want to sell to the international market. So the remaining one that is left is barely enough for Nigeria to consume. And that is why you see that Dangote sometimes you bring down the price, you increase the price, because sometimes it needs to import to complement, because yes, thank God for the initiative of federal government that crude oil should be sold in Naira to Dangote or what have you. But if it doesn't have enough quota even to serve the Nigerian market, it needs to import. And they don't accept Naira there. So I feel that another thing the government can do, lastly for me, is that our crude oil should be sold in Naira, so that Naira can be a sought-after currency in international market. Bring your whatever dollar, you must buy Naira. So it will also make our currency to be strong.
Coming to you, Doctor, he said he made mention of modular refineries. I know we've talked about modular refineries. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, I think issue is not about whether government will allow modular refineries. We have 25 licenses as we speak.
Okay.
That federal government through the NURP has offered to Nigerians to produce. Okay. At the moment, just about 4 or 5 of them are operational. So you have over 20 of them that are not functional at all. Some of them are looking for money. Some of them are in their various development phases. That's part of it. But I think the most important conversation for me today is the fact that it's not just the refining capacity. It's even the ability to be able to generate as much crude as we can. Saudi Arabia is a very small country, and they're doing between 9 to 10 million barrels per day. And where we are today, at least thanks to the current regime, that we have been able to move from 1.1 million barrel we're doing between 1.1 to 1.3 million barrels. We're doing as of 2023 to between 1.56 and 1.7 million barrels, which again has also brought some relief to government because, like he rightly mentioned, some of these oil were front sold, and of course we have received some of those money and we have spent it before this regime came in. So we are producing more crude today, and at least it's putting extra resource in the hand of government. I think we just need to ramp that up, because if what Dangote is trying to do, for example, expanding the current facility that is taking about 650,000 barrels of crude per day to the 1 million that is trying to do, that of course will mean that if we don't even have obligation anywhere, about 1 million barrels of our crude will be needed by Dangote every month. And if BOA completes its project in Akwa Ibom, which is about 200,000 or 250,000 capacity daily, you see what that will mean. But like I've always argued, economics is common sense. Yes, it's good to sell crude for Naira. Yes. But we also have other obligations that require dollar. And then, of course, that put pressure on the demand for dollar, because there are a lot of things that we're not producing here in this country. All the hangars we have, all Temu has more business in Nigeria than they have elsewhere in Africa. So all these things that they are bringing into our environment are produced elsewhere. And for you to do those imports, you need a lot of dollar to spend and all of that. But I think if we ramp up what we produce in terms of crude, we can both earn dollar and naira at the same time. And I think that is where we should actually be heading toward, because the thing is there on our land. We just need to create the right enabling environment for investors to come, put in their money, and then we can ramp up crude production. Then we can service all the modular refineries that are in operations, and then the bigger refineries. And then even government can contemplate to own a refinery if it is necessary.
You want government to own a refinery?
If we can run it. Yeah, but you know that I'm not an advocate of a government doing business, because government has no business doing business.
Yes, you also mentioned 25 licenses. Are they operational? Are they monitored?
I just told you, it's only 4 or 5 of them that are operational.
So how do we get the remaining? I know there was a kind of, was it a law that if you don't operate this, or if you don't, at so time, it will be taken back?
That was a long time ago when Obasanjo gave out licenses to for modular refinery. I think that was around 2004, and a lot of people went for those licenses. About 6 companies actually went. And then, of course, they were given the condition, not because that was what the state wanted, it's because at that time, NNPC was monopoly. And there's a law that is in Nigeria that they are only body that is empowered to produce petrol or refine petrol. And therefore, if you have modular refinery in that environment, you cannot sell internally, because the sole right to sell petrol belonged to NNPC at that time. And I think we have since moved beyond that space now. Government has democratized the entire upstream and downstream, and therefore people can participate and you can produce locally and sell locally. But I think it's a capacity, because some of all this still require funding. And like I said in our earlier conversation, we were talking about state borrowing. You see, for you to do some of all this operation, you must create an enabling environment for people who are coming to drill to be able to do these things. So if people are going to refine petrol and they're afraid of being kidnapped, for example, in your environment, you see, that license can be there, but it will be inactive. So there are a lot of factors that are making some of these things not working. And I think that government need to put a lot of emphasis. First, build first-class infrastructures that can enable some of these businesses to thrive. But then, of course, people must also look out for ways to make money and not just owning this thing that matters. Let these businesses go to the capital market to generate funds to some of all this business. And I think if they are collectively owned, they are likely to make more prosperity than one individual try to own the projects.
All right, thank you. Let's quickly move on to the next story, which is similar. Now, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery reportedly rejected about 15.5 million barrels of crude oil offered by producers in the second quarter of 2026, according to the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, that's the NUPRC. Now, they disclosed that the figure in its second quarter of 2026 report on the enforcement of domestic crude supply obligation, highlighting challenges in supplying crude to domestic refineries. Now, however, the Dangote refinery disputed the claim and requested supporting statistics from the regulator. The disagreement comes amid efforts by Nigeria to strengthen domestic crude supply and ensure local refineries have adequate feedstock as the country expands its refinery capacity and seeks to reduce dependence on imported petroleum products. So coming to you, Mr. Adeni, why do you think, what gave rise to this rejection? I mean, 15.5 million barrels crude rejection by the Dangote refinery.
You know, some of these crude oil, they have, let me say, the range or the quality.
Okay.
And that, and if they want to refine them, just like, you know, Dangote does not just serve only Nigerian market alone, and other international community. And of course, there are expectations from OPEC that whatever it is you want to refine, you want to do, let it be of this standard, or these are the kind of product you can get for you, for the outcome to meet the international standards. So those are the things, looking at all those things is not just about garbage in, then you garbage out, oh, we have crude oil that we want to. They know what the kind of product they need and the kind of output they want to give out. So I'm sure because of that. But for me, they usually say that nothing is wasted. If there are things that we are still clamoring, why are we still importing when we have some people that can still do the job, or we have this thing in abundance? It's just for them to know what works for us, so that we have this crude oil in large quantity, and I'm sure the government with the right, just like Doctor said, creating an enabling environment, so that they can thrive and give the support, because whether you like it or not, Nigeria economy is oil denominated. So, but because of that, adequate attention needs to be given to it, especially the ecosystem around it, so that we can make the best out of it.
All right, so let's quickly move on to the next story. It has to do with highway construction. Now, the federal government says the remaining sections of the Abuja-Kaduna-Zaria-Kano highway will be completed by November. In 152 billion naira. Now, the Minister of Works, Dave Umai, disclosed this in Abuja on Monday, saying that more than 80% of the cost of the two major sections being handled by the present administration, of course, has already been paid. Now, the strategic highway is expected to improve connectivity between major cities across northern Nigeria, ease movement of people and goods, and support economic activity. Now, the government says that completing these projects remains a priority for strengthening road infrastructure and, of course, reducing travel challenges along the corridor. Coming to you, Dr. Adeni, 752 billion naira spent already, and he said it has already been paid for. Do you think this would ease, you know, business activities? What benefit are we going to see from this? How will commute?
We complain that the contractor complained that government has not released funds, the money has not been paid. So this one, I think, is the right direction, that those ones have been paid. So for me, it's not just the payment that have been made. And let the contractor and get the local involved. You know, it's good they are saying that this money has been paid. Let the people along that corridor, the community, the youth, whether emir, whatever, let them know, so that, at so time, so that they can keep a tab, so that it won't be what we are used to. You know, you hear, Lagos Ibadan Expressway have been awarded, Kano, this have been awarded. The next year again, you will see it again that it has been re-awarded, it has been awarded, and all of that. So we don't just, not just that the payment have been made, the contractor must make sure, must do the work, and people who are connected on that corridor, both government, local government, state, whatever, must partner to see that the work is ongoing and delivers at when due. It's not that somebody will just pocket money and will go into thin here, maybe because it's influential, we are said to somebody, nobody is saying anything. So the thing that government is still lacking, as much as they are building road or infrastructure, they should get the locals involved. When I mean by local, I mean the people that the road, the corridor, the project, pass through, their boundaries and all of that. Let them know, get them involved, so they know what is being released, what time, what they need to do. From today is Monday, by Friday, we should complete another 2 kilometers. If they are not doing it, you should be saying it. So it's not just that the government has awarded the contract and everybody will go to sleep. I used to tell people when the government starts any infrastructure in your community, better start praying so that they will complete it, because, so that it won't become an abandoned project. So with that, and also, of course, I also want a situation that even anti-graffiti agents should be involved in this, so that you know that people are watching. So it's not just that you have received money and you go and relax, and the quality of what you have promised is a different thing you propose for a job. Oh, I'm going to use this quality of product or whatever material, and because the money is in your hand now, you want to change yourself, the quantities of it. Those are the things that they need to look into. It's not that we spend over 725 billion on road construction, and in the next 1 year, you can't recognize that road again. They want to re-award it again. So that shouldn't happen.
So,
because it's the taxpayers' money.
All right. So what about maintenance? We always have this culture of not being able to maintain after completion. Do you think maintenance should also be factored into some of these projects?
It should be, and I think they can borrow a leave from some of the state governments. Sometimes, I'm sure maybe when you leave your house very early in the morning, you see some women on the highway trying to clean or do one or two things. So maintenance, I think the government can come up with an agency, road maintenance, if they have anything like that. I'm sure some states, they do have it.
Yes.
Who takes care of the road, so there's a damage or there's something they need to be fixed on time so that it will not escalate. And those are the things. And of course, we are talking about Kano or Abuja to Kano. You and I, we know the issue of security issue. So I think there are some stations, if it is 5 kilometers from each other, a police post, I don't know whether it's included in the contract, because I've not seen it. A police post should be there, maybe 10 kilometers, an ambulance should be there, maybe 15 kilometers, fire service station should be there in case of any, because it's also a major route that connects states together. So those things need to be put in place, and of course, just like you said, the maintenance, because what you don't maintain, you misuse it, and what you misuse, it won't last.
Thank you very much. Coming to you, Doctor, I remember there was a video I watched, I think, over the weekend. Dave Umahi commissioned some road highway task force team who will be on the highway to monitor, assess, and all that. Do you think we need to, just like Adeni said here, that maybe we should also put a police post? How do we ensure that these roads are properly maintained and safe enough for people to travel, to do business, logistics, and all that?
Well, I think we have a very complicated case in the country, and the government is doing a lot about securing the environment and making space safe for people to live, work, and do business. Yeah, but you see, I think the issue here is the nature of our budgeting system. That's actually the problem. I remember, I think it was in 2022 or 2021, when Nyesom Wike was the governor of Rivers State. He made this argument that the way our budgeting is done for road infrastructure is designed to fail ab initio. And I've said a lot about the envelope budgeting system in Nigeria, where, of course, if a Ministry of Work asks for a 750 billion to do a road project, and then, of course, in the release, they give you an envelope of about 200 million. It's not specifically said, oh, this is for this particular road project, and then the ministry has to sit down and see how to manage that envelope within the competing priorities of projects in their hand. And because of this, a lot happens, and then, of course, you get into people coming to reevaluate their projects, and then, of course, taking too long time. Inflation has eaten into the cost, initial cost of that project. We're doing reevaluation and the rest of all that, which has really been the nightmare for a lot of contractors in Nigeria. And I think when he came into Abuja, that was the first request he made of the federal government. And he said, well, please, I don't mind the 1% that you are giving to us, take it out of TSA. We want to leave it in the commercial bank so that we can take overdraft to do our road. And when they know that money is going to come from us, then, of course, they can give us loan and we can quickly complete our project. And, of course, the president gave him that waiver. And that is exactly what is resulting in the volume of work that we're seeing that is doing in FCT today. And that, again, accounts for the borrowing that we talk about, because it's borrowing in view of the revenue that the state, the Federal Capital Territory is expecting. So that model is what is working for him. And I think it's one model that the federal government also are named to take into account. I think recently, the DG procurement also came to re-emphasize that, no, the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation came to re-emphasize that if you don't have a budget, don't give contracts. So some of all these things are things that we need to do. But strictly speaking, I think we should also go back to, although we already do it in part, what they call the retention fee that is taken for contractor, which is supposed to be for managing the liability of maintenance of that road for a period of time. So if we have 10%, for example, of that contract sum, that is said that this road is supposed to last for 10 years. And if 10 years there's a pothole in this road, this money we will keep to fix that road.
Yes.
Then a lot of contractors will sit up. I tell you one funny thing that happened in the UAE. So in their project SOUQ, those clean road projects, so they have 10% return. And what happened is that you see contractors go to radio to announce, on this highway, if you can spot a pothole, report it, we will give you 1,000 dirham. So citizens are scouting for potholes on the road. And immediately they spot a pothole, they report to the numbers that they sent. Overnight, they go back there to go and tidy it up. So the citizen becomes the monitor for the contractor, because they understand that their money is still in the hands of government. And for them to be able to take that money back, they ensure that that road is in a motorable situation for all it cares. So these are things that we need to do. So if we are ready to build a road, we must ensure that the people that we are giving contract to, that they are sufficiently mobilized. Because here in Nigeria, what people do before now is that they just take the contract, where they take the mobilization, whether you pay or don't pay, they just walk away. So we need to be able to do proper budgeting when it comes to building road infrastructure. And then, of course, see how we can also ensure that this is ongoing. You see, like I said, we must also move away from the way we currently encourage laziness in our environment, because we cannot but state this as one of the fundamental problems of insecurity in Nigeria. You see, we have gotten to that point in our life that we believe that, oh, we must get certificate to live a good life. I keep saying and hammering on that. Cheap money does not exist anywhere. And people must be made to understand that they need to work to earn a living. And the moral responsibility lies on our traditional rulers, lies on our religious institutions, to be able to encourage people that crime is not part of our culture, so that our young people are given to work. You see, people always argue that there is no work. The truth of the matter is that it's not that there is no work. It's people are selecting the kind of job that they want to do. That's the problem. So jobs are everywhere. In this your studio, we are looking for editors who will come out with, we put advert for 2 years, you don't see editor appear. And yet they say in that same country, you see there's no work. There are some people who are living in Canada today still working in the banks in Nigeria in terms of fintech because they left and nobody can fill their vacuum. These are jobs that we need to deliberately train people to become part and parcel of this ecosystem, this economic ecosystem. And that is important. Once that is done, crime will go down. We don't need to be building police station in every single pole on an expressway that people understand, like in Switzerland today, they are converting their prisons to schools.
Yes.
Because crime has gone almost to zero, and nobody is using those facilities. We can get to that place. Righteousness is not a nation, and that is what all of us must need to encourage, and not as we do in our public space to be justifying the reason why people are committing crime and say because society is bad. Nigerians have 60% arable, uncultivated land.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Let's move on to the next story. Now, Lagos State emerged as Nigeria's largest recipient of Federation account revenue in the first half of 2026, collecting 365.78 billion naira between January and June. Now, the figure represents an increase of more than 50% from the 236.92 billion naira received during the same period in 2025, strengthening Lagos' position among Nigeria's top revenue beneficiaries. Now, the increase pushed traditional oil-producing state down the rankings, highlighting the change in distribution of Federation account allocations. Now, Lagos' strong performance reflects its large economic base. Its substantial internally generated revenue capacity and growing share of national fiscal transfers. Coming to you, Adeni Ifetai, let's move Lagos out of it. Lagos is always the center of excellence. But what are other states doing? And how can other states, come up? Or what do you think they can learn from Lagos? Let's start from there. What are the things that Lagos State is doing? Because obviously Lagos is generating a whole lot. That's why it's getting, one of the largest share in the Federation account. So what can other states do or emulate from Lagos?
I'm sure there are a whole lot of things that they can do, they can generate. But I will also say that no economy is the same because sometimes what works in your state, there are some states that are civil servant-based states. They are the one that make the chunk of the population. There are some states, both partly commercial and partly, civil servant. And there are some, like Lagos is commercial hub of Africa. So you can see that different. But the only thing I can say that they can leverage when it comes to partnership. I'm sure you remember when Lagos State, was it Kebbi State, partner to produce rice?
Make rice.
To make rice. So look at where your neighboring state, or Lagos for that matter, have competitive advantage. I've not seen other states say state A and state B, they are coming together to build this investment, to do this because it is needed in Nigeria or it is needed in our state. And this particular state, they have an advantage when it comes to this. So those are the things I think they can explore. And of course, the way they spend, tax, their internally generated revenue also says much about what the citizen of that state wants to put on the table. And of course, we know in some states, security has been their issue, that commercially they are not been thriving. They are coming up bit by bit. The government is doing, and our military personnel, they are doing their bit. And of course, the IPOB, when it comes to the Southeast, I can imagine a state saying that on Monday, you should not do business. Nobody should go to work. Nobody should. Definitely is going to tell on your whatever it is you generated, whether internally generated, whether people that wants to come and do business there. So it has a whole lot. So the question is, how can I create that enabling environment? How can I sell my state to who will be investors? Some governors, with all due respect to them, sometimes they just stay in their state, do their affair. You need to go out. Sometimes nowadays, people just stay in their shop. We want the customer to come. Sometimes you need to go out, tell your neighbor, this is what we are doing, this is where we have, these are the mineral resources that we have in our state. These are the things that I think if you do, the government can give you guarantee that your money, you can get it back, because, instability of policies also affects some states when it comes to, Lagos State have enjoyed that consistency, the master plan, and all of that. So I think those are the things they also need to put in place. And of course, put their state in the limelight. Sometimes when you open newspaper for a whole week, you won't see any event happening in some state in newspaper, on TV, or on channels. Your television station talking about economy, market, business. You are running a state. It's like you are running a business. I don't see why they cannot run an advert. They cannot run a promo, showcase your tourism potential, showcase what you can do together, and do some kind of sponsorship, bringing in some people, come and organize some event. I don't want to mention some event that are being organized in some states. If you don't do it in Abuja, you do it in Lagos. Now I think Lagos will host a CAF award, and those are the things you can bid for it. These are the things. So it brings in people, it revives the economy, it revives the tourism, it revives. Some people can see something and say, oh, this is what I saw. I think I can replicate it. Let me come and do this here because there's a need for it. So those are the things I think they should do more, so that they can have more internally generated revenue. And where they think that Lagos State have some, comparative advantage, they can collaborate and bring some investment. There's no problem even if they own something here, and have a piece of Lagos State to themselves.
Thank you very much. Doctor, coming to you, what do you think other states can do, to increase their allocation? And let's face it also, should states really depend on federal allocation? Can they go beyond that? Do you see us going beyond depending on federal allocation?
Yeah, federal allocation is an equalization kind of fund. Like you say, most states are not equally endowed, although the argument is actually the fact that we all have endowment, and somehow grid may not allow us to actually do some things well. Take, for example, we're talking about Lagos anymore, and these were the risk taken by one man. And when, of course, everybody was safe. And I saw a video yesterday somewhere where he was teaching Economics 101, why it was important for him to have done what he did. And of course, got into that point of saying that, look, as a good leader, without a succession, a good succession plan, you have failed. And then they have been able to put down succession plans on the road and say, okay, he planted the grass. Of course, it was the duty of Fashola to mold those grasses. So these are strategic thinking. And we're having Lagos 2063 plan already. That plan is on the ground of where they want Lagos to be. Now, the question is, how many states of Nigeria has a 2030 plan? That's a question. Because it starts from planning. And when you are not able to think of what to do, because Lagos was not a kind of an environment that Dangote wanted to site his refinery. He went to a local line in Ogun State. The agreement, negotiation didn't work because some people want settlement. He tried on, though it didn't work. The situation in the Niger Delta, in River State, will not allow him to site it there. And Lagos said, we will clean up the space, you come to our space. And they gave it the free trade zone. Now you can imagine the volume of revenue that Lagos is making only from Dangote refinery alone and petrochemical. So that is massive. So ability of people to see beyond today. Whether in Europe or in America. So that mentality had to change. That people must begin to think about leaving a legacy behind. And then sitting down with people. I was so fascinated about what happened in Delta just 2 weeks ago when they had their own investment forum. Yeah, but between beyond the talk shop And I think there will be also a deliberate attempt by, for example, Delta State government to guarantee investors their safety, to guarantee them an enabling environment for business to do well or thrive. Because it's not enough for somebody to bring money into them. What did they do? They started what they call the Security Fund in Lagos State.
Yes.
As at 2002. And companies in Lagos were contributing money to support police to create a safe environment. These are thinkings. So where does it come? By dreaming. It comes by people who sit down, strategically position and plan their future and invest in that future, and then you will see prosperity come.
All right, let's take the last story. Now, the average annual rent for a two-bedroom apartment in some major residential areas of Lagos Island has risen as high as 17.25 million naira in 2026, according to new residential market report. Now, the Lagos Island Residential Market Report 2026, published by real estate company Lagos Realty, tracks rental prices, property sales values, and cost across 4 major submarkets between 2022 and 2026. Now, the report highlights the sharp rise in housing costs across Lagos Island, where increasing demand, limited supply, and rising property values continue to put pressure on renters. Now, the trend adds to growing concern over housing affordability for residents across the state. Coming to you, two-bedroom on Lagos Island is going as high as 17.25. I know in the mainland, about a two-bedroom goes for 3 to 4 to 5 million if you are lucky. But why is the demand for Lagos Island? Why is the rent going up? And why is that demand for Lagos Island going up?
There's something about location. There's something about infrastructure. There's something about where you get opportunity, in quotes. And so people, because of some company, organization, offices who have been, who are located on the island, so there's a rush for that. Now, of course, for you to pay whatever it is, whether 10 million or 18 million, that means your take-home should be around 50 million or 100 million, because I feel that, there's this saying that a lot of people work, Lagosian, they are working for landlord. Because you are making the money, you are paying the landlord, there's nothing for you to take home. So, but if your take-home cannot take you home, you should be able to look at your financial power to see what you can afford. And these are the things I feel that Lagos State government can also come into it and provide low-cost housing estate. We had it during the times of Jakonde, during times of Otedola and like. So, because their so-called low-cost housing estate is not low-cost at all. It's very high. So, it's for those who have a deep pocket, to subscribe to it. So, they can just, even if you travel from from Ajah to Ekpe, we still have some. They are claiming Atlantic. I even thought they are going to put low-cost housing estate there. But you know that a square meter, you'll be hearing 2 million, just 3 million, 5 million, and all of that. So I don't think they are thinking about the masses. If they should look into that. I think the last count, they said we're having over 20 million housing deficit. So what is state government plans as to that? They should have a plan, or in whether they say Lagos is divided in 3 divisions or 4 divisions, maybe Division 1, Ikorodu, we are planning to establish 1,000 units of house. They do it in Abuja. I subscribe to an estate that they partner with federal government. Federal government give them land, and they said that you need to build 1,000 units. So those are the things I feel that they can do if they really, so that it will also reduce people trying to cut corner, falsifying record, do some malpractices when it comes to financial record in their place of work. Because as someone who is trying to pay his house rent and his salary cannot take him home, there's every tendency or temptation to say that he wants to falsify record. And but if you can afford it, why not? But if you cannot, I don't think you should make your house rent to become a prayer point to God. you should apply some
Wisdom.
I had a time, as we talk, landlord won't choke me with house rent. I left a 3-bedroom flat. I went to a room and parlor, face me and face you. We were there for like 10 years and God built our own house for us. So we don't, and some people, they want to feel belong. They feel that when you are on the island, they want to see you, you want to. No, you don't. People have different needs and it's your destiny, it's your life. Don't do things based on emotion. My friend is on the island, I need to stay on the island. Somebody who is in my department, he just moved into the island. I want to move into. You don't know whether he has a side business. You don't know whether he have a rich uncle. You don't know he has a wealthy parent that have left him or has some fortune or inheritance. They even pay him salary, maybe every month or like an allowance. And you want to compare yourself with that. So you look at yourself. Of course, the cost of. I checked when I was talking with my wife when we started the building. The cement was selling for, I think, 1,000 or 1,002. It was 800, 1,000, 1,002.
That's now, a lot of years ago.
Yes, and now it's over 12,000. So the cost of building houses now is much more increased. But it's just beat my imagination. Some landlord that they didn't do renovation, they will say they want to increase house rent because the cost of building material. What are you building? Is it the one that is there? If you are renovating, I understand. But it's still the same building. So those are also things government can also put some kind of bill or look into it. I know Lagos State government is trying when it comes to, but it's that implementation that we are lacking.
All right, thank you very much. Coming to you, Doctor, he mentioned something quite important. So in less than a minute, I'd like you to address it. 20 million deficit, 30 million housing deficit in Lagos. How do we solve that? And isn't it even a wise financial decision to rent an apartment as high as 17.5 million in Lagos? Are you not just dashing the landlord rather that money?
Well, number one, I don't think the people paying, they are complaining.
Okay.
I'm not sure they are complaining. And I'm not sure the houses are empty. You see, because the truth is that you get to a point in a house and you're not able to pay. Like he said, he moved out.
Yes.
Because we have to look. I don't think the landlords are old. So these are the investigations that, as journalists, you have to first of all go to find out. So the people are moving in. I gave an example some time ago here on this table. I was going to move a house and I was talking to the landlord and he gave me a figure and I said, this was too much. Why will you be collecting? Like he said, you didn't do any new construction here. I said, no, this one would not fly. Okay. Before I came back from work, somebody had paid. Nigeria is working, it's getting better. People are earning more money. And that's why they can pay. You see, there are some bank MD here that are earning 60 million naira per month. Some of them are earning 80 million per month. So what is 17 million percentage of 80 million in a month? So you can conveniently offer it. There are some companies that are paying their MDs up to 300 million naira in a month in this country. So people are earning more. So these are prices are a function of demand and supply. We have housing deficit, actually. Some people have a policy that they don't want to own home. They just want to live free. And they don't want to leave trouble for their children. So they just live in their simple rent and have one family house somewhere. Because when they die, they bury them in that family house. So people think differently. But one does not forget, too, that there are a lot of people today who are doing gigs and they are earning in dollars. We have become the unicorn of the world. A lot of fintechs breaking up here and there with new millionaires and billionaires made every day in this simple country that a lot of us trash underfoot. So that's where it is. But like my own argument for housing in Nigeria is that I feel that what we're doing currently now, we are also not progressively looking into the future or the confusion that is going to come in the years that are coming. I think, like I've always argued here, is the fact that we must start to develop vertically. All our realtors must think about building a 350 bedroom in one space.
All right.
So that we have a lot of people who have 1 room, 3 rooms, and nobody's going to be saying where you are living, but at least people can have that kind of exposure.
All right.
But if you continue to build these 60 by 100 square meter, we're going to have a lot of housing challenge, because by the year 2050, Lagos will be almost 100 million people.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor, for your thoughts. Thank you very much, Adeni Ifetayo, for your thoughts. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen, joining us on SOUQ Business Landscape. This is where we will round up for SOUQ Business Landscape today, from livestock to infrastructure, to crude oil, state finances, and the rising cost of housing. These are more than just numbers. They shape jobs, businesses, investment, and of course, the everyday cost of living. I am Olumide Shokoya. Thank you for watching SOUQ Business Landscape. Join us tomorrow for another edition. Stay informed, stay ahead, and keep looking beyond the headlines. Have a productive day.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, Underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions
Professor Ibiyemi Olatunji Bello, ably represented, officials from the education and health sectors, media professionals, partner organizations, including the International Society of Media and Public Health, as well as students and parents, all gathered for the quarterly engagement aimed at reviewing progress and strengthening public awareness. According to the report compiled by Praise Matthias, the program opened with the national anthem, followed by a welcome address that set the tone for a day focused on healthcare access, youth engagement, and accountability. Bajulaye commended students who participated in the Ilera Eko essay competition and praised parents for raising future leaders.
Let me welcome you all to this very special program. Very special one in the sense that today for the first time we are actually taking care of our future. I sat down there and I saw the children and I said to myself, anything that you want done, you should let it be done by the children. And it is not strange when the Bible says, teach children on the way to go. When they grow up, they will not depart from it. This is our future. And I looked at the whole thing, and that's where we actually want to take the thing to. Normally we have this media quality quarterly, but today we are adding the spice because we want to hand over. I know once you tell the children this is good and they buy into it, it's something that will go round and round and will continue that way. Some of us still hold on tightly to some things that we learned as children and it's working for us today. So I will say that this is the right time for us to be here today. And children, I pray that you will not fall into bad health because you have taken the right path. From now, you should go back to school and tell people about Lashman. When you get back home, tell your parents about Lashman. Tell your friends, tell everyone around you that government is set to bring health, good health to our various doorsteps. Our colleagues, gentlemen of the press, our work is done once the children buy into this, and that is what we have seen. Some of them have gone through competitions, they've gone through series of research, and they have come tops in various categories. I want us to please let everyone in the whole world know what we are doing here today. Our parents, we want to thank you because if you have not brought these children, they won't be here today. And I pray that you will eat the fruits of your labor and you will not fall into bad health. Your health will be sound.
Goodwill messages followed, with speakers encouraging young people to remain creative, impactful, and committed to solving social challenges, regardless of their chosen careers.
Now I'm going to be the message on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, distinguished Professor Ibiyemi Olatunji Bello. First of all, I want to applaud Dashi for organizing such a competition. And again, I want to congratulate the winners of this competition. But the message is this: And I want to implore you, the future leaders, that you should not delay. Your ingenuity, creativity is appreciated. I know there will be many entries. For you to have one of the winners is a thing that should be appreciated, and we are appreciating.
The permanent secretary of the agency, Dr. Emanuela Zamba, expressed appreciation to all guests for being present at the engagement. Speaking on the reason for the parley, she noted that it is their commitment to remain transparent and be accountable, and it is part of their deliberate efforts to keep Lagos residents informed about their activities and achievements. On the policy update, she said the agency has intensified enforcement of the executive order mandating compulsory health insurance for all Lagos residents and workers. According to her, ministries, departments, and agencies (MDAs) have undergone compliance checks, while public-facing agencies can now verify enrollment status through their portals.
I am pleased to report that in the first quarter of 2026, the agency trained 72 journalists in 2 batches in collaboration with ISMPH on social health insurance. This clap for us now. This initiative underscores the critical role of health writers in amplifying the right message. We commend your professionalism and your continued partnership. You will recall that the Lagos State government, under the visionary leadership of Mr. Governor, signed an executive order in 2024 mandating health insurance coverage across the state. Following this, the agency has intensified enforcement. Development areas, this restructuring enhances grassroots presence, expands access to enrollment points, and simplifies administration processes across the state. Healthcare providers are also being trained in line with the executive order, and the next phase of enforcement will focus on provider compliance.
Providing updates on implementation of the governor's executive order, Technical Assistant to the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Nifesimi Akinagbe,
Ilera Eko is now compulsory in Lagos State. That's what that executive order is saying. Apart from the baseline assessment at the MDAs, we also did what we call the Facility Compliance Readiness Assessment. We went into the facilities. So all these hospitals, we wanted to make sure that they were ready to provide quality services. So if we are saying that Ilera Eko is compulsory, is mandatory, we also need to make sure that the facilities are ready to provide qualitative services. And of course, also the areas of compliance approved for facilities as well, and we also check these areas of compliance. We did the first phase from the 16th to the 27th of March, which in this first phase we looked at the PHCs, primary healthcare centers, as I mentioned, and some private hospitals. So for the phase 2 and phase 3, we're going to the secondary facilities like the general hospitals, and also the tertiary facilities, the federal tertiary facilities as well. Apart from public awareness and strategic engagement, one of our other major responsibilities as stipulated in the executive order is vulnerable coverage. So individuals that cannot pay for Ilera Eko, they cannot afford it. The government has made provision, and that's what we call the equity fund. And this equity fund has been increased from 1 billion to 3 billion in 2020. If I'm not mistaken. And currently we do what we call town halls. For individuals that have been enrolled under the equity fund, we go into the communities and conduct what we call the town halls in order to get feedback in terms of service delivery, And of course, from my presentation so far, you've seen that apart from Ilera being mandatory, we are so big on quality. The Lagos State Health Management Agency makes sure that we are giving care that is qualitative enough. And one of the ways we can know that the enrollees are receiving quality care is through feedback. And that's what we get through these our town halls.
To tackle affordability, Lashma also introduced Ilera Eco Easy Pay, a mobile wallet system that allows residents to save gradually towards health insurance premiums.
Okay, yes, interestingly, it's a child of necessity. Residents are asking for flexible options of payment. Things are changing drastically, so we needed to respond to provide an initiative that can avail people the opportunity to pay small, as we say. So they will pay money into their electronic wallet in conjunction with our partners. And when this amount of money completes the full premium, for instance, 15,000 for an individual, they can be activated and they can access care at the hospital end. There are other benefits that we'll be introducing as we get started, but we need to take it in phase by phase. So as we get started now, make your instrumental payment. When it completes, you can access care, continue your wallet savings, and then you can get interest on that savings and much more benefit that will be coming the ways of Lagosians as we continue to deepen the opportunity for this electronic wallet payment.
You have the opportunity to save gradually within a period of 3 months. You can save up to 15,000 naira and then we would activate for an individual plan. If you can save up to 55,000 naira for a family of 4, father, mother, and 2 dependents, you will be activated. If you can save 80,000 naira for a family of 6 within the space of 3 months, you will be activated. Terms and conditions do apply to these, but this wallet is an electronic wallet. You'll be able to view from your phone once you put this wallet in conjunction with our financial and tech partners. That money is strictly for Ilera Eco. But however, we will allow you the opportunity to be able to also use your savings such that you can also gain interest on that savings, but particularly for the purpose of health insurance.
Beyond policy announcements, the Parley also celebrated young minds through the Ilera Eco essay competition, designed to raise awareness on healthcare, insurance, and universal health coverage. The competition attracted 731 entries, with winners emerging in 4 categories. In the Little Health Champions category for primary 4 to 6 pupils, winners received prizes ranging from 50,000 to 100,000 naira. The Young UHC Advocates category for junior secondary students offered prizes up to 150,000 naira. For the Future Health Leaders category, open to senior secondary school students, top winners received up to 200,000 naira. And in the UHC Innovators category for undergraduate and youths, the star prize stood at 250,000 naira. Winners were also decorated as Ilera Eco advocates, charged with promoting healthy living and health insurance awareness in their communities.
Ilera Eco is a scheme. Their idea is to make healthcare quite affordable and of a good quality to the residents of Lagos State. From today's activity, what I just want to tell residents of Lagos State is that they should enroll in the Ilera Eco scheme. It's a very good one.
I just want to say a big thank you to organizers of this competition and then this event. Thank you for honoring me with this award. I really, really appreciate it. I felt excited, I felt motivated, I felt thrilled because something to keep me motivated that success is not something that comes easily. It requires energy, requires consistency.
I feel excited because I didn't expect this opportunity.
I'm very happy so much. They are good to help family about debit. It helps family save money.
From policy enforcement to youth advocacy, from financial innovation to public engagement, the event reflected a clear message. Health insurance is no longer optional awareness. It is becoming a social responsibility. As Lagos continues its push towards universal health coverage, Lashma says transparency, collaboration, and innovation will remain central to building a healthier state.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Thank you for having me, SOUQ News. I'm excited to be here. My name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am the current Miss Nigeria United Nations. As well as that, I am an actress, a model, and I also am the founder of Little Blessings Foundation, and we focus on orphanages in Nigeria. For me, I feel like it's about bridging the gap between like how the UN can help Nigeria and what ways we can like kind of be a part of the United Nations as a whole. I feel like every pageant queen picks a route that they go towards, right? So some people pick to bridge the gap between like health, bridge the gap, education. I've chosen to help children in orphanages. So after my last pageant, I actually was reached out to. They were like, you did a great job. I really loved how you presented yourself. Would you like to take part in this pageant? And of course I had to do my own research just to see like, is it for me? Is it not for me? I did hesitate a bit only because, you know, you need to just let it sit. I'm used to just making decisions really fast. So I like to just simmer down and kind of do my research. After that, the process was actually a lot of fun. I got to meet a lot of girls from different states and just interact with them and just learn a lot from their background and a lot of the sisterhood and just having fun in that whole 1 week. It's a week process, so it's like boot camp. You're waking up, you're working out, you're visiting different places, you're doing some charity work, different segments like the swimsuit, also evening gown, traditional, all of those things. So it is a week of like intense work. It's been good. I think that for me, it's all about what you can do with the crown and not necessarily like the crown, right? The person wearing the crown. What is your interest? How passionate are you? And for me, it's always been important to relate with the everyday girl. Like just because I have a crown on my head does not mean that I cannot go feed the homeless. Doesn't mean that I cannot like be in the streets doing other things with like that may not be, you know, what I live like, you know. So I definitely think that it's opened my eyes to like different opportunities as well, and just like making sure that I am sticking to what my purpose is, and which I think that that is my Little Blessings Foundation. I'm currently working on my new project called The Dream Day Out. So basically what it does, it takes children in the orphanages to like amusement parks, zoos, all the things that children don't get to do in those places because they only go to the school and come back. I want them to feel like children. I want them to be able to just not worry about the circumstances, even if it's just for like 5-6 hours. My foundation already donates clothes, shoes, school supplies already. So I just wanted to kick it up a notch and just like try something else that would just enrich their life a little bit. I think yes. For me, I was a foster kid for 10 years, and I think like I might not have got like the same childhood as everybody. Go to different things just because who was gonna fund that? You know, who was gonna take us to the zoo and the park and like things that we really wanted to do? And it was like I feel like I didn't go to an amusement park till I was like nearly an adult. So I think with that, I wanted to just have something different. I know that a lot of people, and even in Nigeria, donate food and stuff like that, but how are we like enriching their lives? Like how are we making them like not always think about them circumstances of what they're living? That's a really good question. For me, I think that my family also have done a really good job with that as well. My dad is always in Nigeria, and he tried to instill that you're Nigerian no matter what. My mom as well. And my brother never spoke English to me when I was younger. So I was able to understand Ikwere and Igbo, which, you know, nobody even believes that I would understand that because I wasn't born and raised here. So I think my family as a whole really just instilled, they try as much as possible to instill that even though we didn't live together to like a certain age, they still were just like that mental, your mom would be like, if you're around these people, they're not like you, they're not like you. Like my mom would always say that, like, you can't follow these American people, they're not like you. So I think that's always in my head that like, you're Nigerian, like, and I started coming back a lot more too. For me, it's always been anything I'm doing, I have to start at home. I have to start at home because that's where it feels right. That's the purest way to do it for me. So even though now I could go try to be Miss Ireland, but I know that I've done Nigeria first, and that's who I represent at the end of the day, always. So how I knew I could act is because I started off singing, actually. I started off singing. I thought I was going to be a singer. I was very annoying to my family. I was singing everywhere we went. My mom actually encouraged it. She'd be like, go sing at church, go sing. I loved it. And then I got into musical theater because they were like, oh, you could sing. We need somebody who could sing. And that's how I got into acting, because with musical theater, you have to act and sing. So after I was like, wow, like I love this. This is what I want to do. I want to watching yourself, it's so surreal because how other people perceive your work, so if somebody sees something that I do and they're like, oh my God, like I really you touched me, like I believed what you were saying. And that's the stories I want to tell. So I think after the music theater, I was like, I want to act. Like acting is the destination, and there might be other routes, and I'm just grateful that God blessed me with other talents. Like I sing, I also dance, and modeling. I just feel like everything would lead me into the final destination, which is acting. I actually did my first Igbo play this year, which was, different because I've never done that, and also in LA, that's not a popular thing, right? So my last one was an Igbo play, and it was Emeka 1985. It was really, really dope. It was literally about a man who moved from Nigeria to America, and just that transition. Nobody really tells the story of how hard that could be. And for us, we don't even know because our parents did it, right? So that was a really provoking story to tell as well. I really enjoyed that. And I was also in this film called Marche. It's telling a Haitian story about like a Haitian woman, and I was the lead for that as well. There's a lot of films, and short films, feature films, movies that I've done that I feel like they always tell like provoking stories, and that's really what I love. Absolutely, and that's the main reason that after my projects with Little Blessing, I actually start filming a film on the 15th of January. My goal is to be able to work anywhere, and I don't want to just depend on Hollywood to fulfill what I need to do. If I have to be in India working, I will be there. But Nollywood has always been an interest of mine. I've had it on my goal every single year, like I need to be in a Nollywood movie. So this is really a great opportunity for me to be here and just meet other creatives, directors, and storytellers and really get to work here as well. I actually do. I work from home, so I have my laptop. But right now I am a social worker, but I work from home. I think that for me, just my background and my childhood, I never wanted to be a broke artist. Being an artist is so hard where, like, you know, it's not stable. One day you have a role and you're working 5 days, and then another 2 months you might not have anything. You're auditioning, you're trying to get something. I just didn't want that to be my life. Like, I want to be able to help my family. I want to be able to take care of myself and not be a burden to my family. So I needed to have a job. I needed to have something that didn't demand maybe as much energy from me, where I could still kind of focus on the art as well. I would say I think that entertainment has always been where I'm supposed to be, and I'm lucky enough that, like, I knew that from a young age, you know. A lot of people don't know what they want to do, and they spend a long time, like, trying to find it, explore different things. From a very young age, I already knew that, okay, you're gonna go to school, because you will not hear the end of it from your parents if you don't, but you're still gonna go and do entertainment. I think those stories, like you say, African American, they have been told a lot, and I think it's because that's people's experiences, right? A lot of people start from their experiences, and for me, I think I really want to tell a lot more about immigrant stories. I think that there's so much that happens when Nigerians or any other like immigrants leave their country and go to America, go to the UK. The things they experience, people don't even tell it enough. Like the things that my dad went through, I only know half of it. And I'm already like, whoa, this is a lot for one person. Especially Nigerians are so resilient, like they can do anything, and just to make sure that they survive in that country. So I definitely want to tell a lot of immigrant stories. I think it's really, in 2024, it's how she was treated was terrible. Like, Nigerians are everywhere. So for me, when I first saw that, I was thinking, I lived in Ireland all my life. If somebody told me that I couldn't compete for Miss Ireland, why not? I have been living there all my life. So I think that it definitely made me feel like, are we moving forward? Like, are we actually, like, as a society, that shouldn't be a thing in 2024. But I'm just happy that she actually went back to her people, because those are the first people who are gonna accept you first, right? And look where she is now. So I think that everything probably led her to where she was supposed to be. I think some of the misconceptions is that we're not very smart. We're just pretty, or some of them are like, oh, they just did it just to have a crown and have the attention or whatever. And I mean, some of those things might be true for some other people, but for me, I feel like I'm a pretty regular girl. Like, I feel like I like to do the same things. One of the things I will say that people will automatically stuck up. Like, we're stuck up. We can't be in certain places. We can't talk to certain people. And that doesn't apply for me. I feel like there are places that I've been and I'm like, maybe this is not where I would like to come again, but I'm here now, so let me integrate myself. So some of those misconceptions, I think it doesn't apply to every queen. And my daily, like how I live daily, I feel like I work. I do a lot of presenting. I'm also a host, so I do a lot of red carpet events and stuff like that. So I always like to make sure that I am in the entertainment scene because I know that that's where I want to be. I take care of myself a lot. I do work out a lot. I don't eat the best because I work out a lot, so I compensate for that. But yeah, I think I live a pretty regular life. I just take care of myself a lot. The rest part lacks. I think probably don't sleep enough, but it's just the passion, really. It's the passion to want to do all these things. I think that even my social life is actually pretty good. Like, I go out pretty regularly with my friends and I travel a lot. I think traveling is really my safe haven. It's where like I feel like, okay, this is where I get to do something I want to do. Like traveling and working out, those are the two things that I'm like, okay, this keeps me sane. But time-wise, I think I have good time management skills. That's another thing too. I think in this industry, you have to have time management skills and just prioritize what you want to do, because you're not going to have time for everything and tomorrow is another day. So before Miss Nigeria United Nations, I started Little Blessings. So I started Little Blessings like maybe 7 months before I actually did the pageant. So I already had that going where I was supplying shoes, clothes, things like that. So then Dream Day Out came after I became the queen. And I think my mission is just to keep adding initiatives that are gonna enrich these kids' lives, right? Next thing, I want to start looking for grants to fix the orphanages up, because some of them are in such a bad condition. And I think that if we're setting these children up for success, it starts at home. It starts with the basic needs. Like, if you don't have clothes to wear, you're not going to go to school and feel like you want to learn. If your environment is traumatic, you're not going to have that space to want to even be a doctor or a nurse or whatever it is that they might want to be, right? So I think it's just, I want to start with the basic needs. Like, your home needs to be together. Some of the orphanages have holes in them, like water coming, and the kids are comfortable. They just hop over the bucket. And I'm looking around like, wait, this is okay? So I just want to start off with like building that up, and then go and add more and more orphanages that I'm sponsoring. So start getting some from the east. Right now I have in Port Harcourt as well. So just adding more and seeing how we can make a difference that way. Some of the challenges is just working with different people, right? So these things that I'm organizing, I have to reach out to the resort park. I have to reach out to the orphanage, the workers there. I have to like really just work with them. And sometimes, you know, when they hear your accent, the bill goes up. So things like that are really challenging, because it almost means that I have to try to get somebody to do stuff for me instead of I like to do stuff for myself. Like, I'm pretty like dominant in that way. Like, I want to call the resort park and organize stuff. I want to call the sponsorships and make those deals myself. But sometimes it's challenging because I might have to depend on somebody else. Like, for instance, we're getting a bus, right? And we're getting a bus, and I have to have somebody else call because it'd be cheaper when they call. But if I call, when they hear me, they're like, oh, $500K, like the price goes up. So those challenges is what like really bothers me. I think it's just believing that anything is possible. I think that I truly like believe that like I have to make it. And also like your background as well should motivate you, because I didn't come from like an easy background, and for me, I was like, it cannot get down there, so it has to go up. Going to school was very like beneficial to me because I was able to like actually make money, take care of myself, and sponsor my goals. You have to be able to sponsor your goals. Just for acting, you need headshots, you need show reels, like all those things cost money. So I think just first thing, just believing that anything is possible and it doesn't matter what anybody else tells you. Like nobody can tell me today that I'm not gonna make it, and I would believe them. And surrounding yourself with people who really like believe that about you too. Like it took me years to even tell my dad that I was into entertainment, because I had to block out that negativeness. And it's not that they mean it, but you know, African parents, they're focused on stability. And entertainment doesn't sound very stable. So I don't want anybody to project their negativity on me to make me feel like I'm not gonna be where I wanna be. So that's one thing I had to just block that out. My dad found out that I was Miss Nigeria like after I won, not even through the process. Because I don't want anyone to tell me that, oh, you know, you might not get it, you might not know. Why not? Why don't I have those opportunities? So that's why it's really important for me to like try to create those opportunities for other people as well. I think for me, one of the things I've had to lose is some friendships. Just because where you are, not a lot of people are supposed to be there with you. And that was hard for me to accept that. Certain people I might have known for a long time are not aligned with my future or aligned with where I am now. So those are things that I'm still like trying to balance, you know, like, because having good people around you is really important, and having people who are going to always uplift you, speak life into you, and just make you feel like you are where you're supposed to be. So I think like that was a main thing for me, where it's like, okay, you may not be able to be around certain places anymore as well. Like I had to also, and I'm still assessing that, like where you can be and where you can't be. There's certain places now that I feel like as a queen, like you really shouldn't be there. Like it's low-key like not where you can associate with anymore. Some of the upsides is being in certain rooms where you wouldn't have been able to be in as maybe like a regular person, right? Being able to speak to people who are actually change makers, being able to get sponsorships and fundraising, things like that. It's harder. It was harder for me when I wasn't a queen, but I was still trying. I did online sponsorships and everything. So I think that being a beauty queen gets you into different rooms so you can actually speak and people can hear your voice more and hear your initiatives, hear the things that you want to do. Oh, wow. First of all, I love how dramatic Nigerians are. Like, I think it makes my day. Sometimes we're just driving and I'm just looking and everybody is just, it's like a movie. Like, and I love how successful Nigerians are. Like when you leave Nigeria and you see Nigerians in different countries, like we are doing amazing things. There's like, out of all the African countries, I just love how determined, how hardworking, resilient, like things now that I see some of my friends in Nigeria do, I'm like, wow, this took you all day. They're like, oh, no, it's no problem. Like, it's not a big deal. But for me, I'm like, that's all day. So I just love how resilient we are, how nothing can stop us. Like, we are literally unstoppable in every country that we go to. And even some of my Ghanaian friends would be like, I love Nigerians. I love how you guys can just work so hard, but also play so hard too. So yeah, and the food. I can eat. I can eat.
A new generation generation of Nigerian artists is breathing life back into the age-old craft of bead making, a tradition that has adorned the necks, wrists, and waists of Nigerian women for centuries. Beads have always held a significant place in Nigerian culture, symbolizing wealth, status, and identity. In ancient times, they were used as currency and were integral in various rites of passage, from birth to marriage. However, with the advent of modernity, the demand for traditional bead making dwindled as imported jewelry and contemporary fashion took center stage. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye will explore the noticeable resurgence in the popularity of beads, fueled by renewed interest in African heritage and craftsmanship. This revival is not merely a nostalgic nod to the past, but a vibrant contemporary movement that blends tradition with modern fashion trends. Artisans are at the forefront of this revival, infusing new life into beadwork by incorporating innovative designs that appeal to today's fashion-conscious consumers. Their collections, which range from bead necklaces to bold statement earrings, have found their way into the collections of top Nigerian designers and onto the necks of celebrities, musicians, actors, actresses, and socialites, both at home and abroad. One of the driving forces behind this resurgence is the growing pride in African identity. As more Nigerians embrace their cultural roots, there is a rising demand for fashion that reflects this heritage. Beads, with their deep cultural significance, are the perfect medium for expressing this identity. They are no longer seen as relics of the past, but symbols of a proud and vibrant culture. Moreover, the bead industry has benefited from the global shift towards sustainable and ethical fashion. Consumers are increasingly seeking products that are not only stylish, but also environmentally friendly and socially responsible. Handmade beads, often crafted from locally sourced materials, fit this trend perfectly. Thus, the artisanal nature of beadwork ensures that each piece is unique, telling a story of the hands that made it and the culture it represents. This renewed interest in beadwork has also had significant economic implications. Small-scale artisans and bead makers, many of whom are women, are finding new opportunities to market their products both locally and internationally. The rise of online platforms and social media has made it easier for these artisans to reach a broader audience, leading to increased sales and a more sustainable livelihood. Furthermore, the Nigerian government and non-governmental organizations have begun to recognize the potential of the bead industry as a tool for economic empowerment. Initiatives that provide training and resources to bead makers are helping preserve this craft, while also boosting the local economy. However, the resurgence of beadwork is not without its challenges. Artisans face competition from mass-produced, cheaper alternatives that flood the market. To survive, they must continually innovate and differentiate their products from these imitations. For many, this means striking a balance between preserving traditional techniques and incorporating contemporary designs. As Nigerian beadwork continues to gain recognition on the global stage, it is clear that this ancient craft is more than just a passing trend. It is a testament to the resilience and creativity of Nigerian artisans who are redefining what it means to be fashionable in today's world. It is a reminder that while fashion may evolve, the cultural significance of beads remain timeless, The resurgence of beadmaking in Nigeria is a powerful reflection of the country's rich cultural heritage. It is a movement that honors the past while embracing the future, proving that beads are not just ornaments, but symbols of identity, pride, and resilience.
Olumorok, Lishabi, and the people of Egbala, a story of resilience and transformation. Telling the story from afar may not be as beautiful as visiting the historical scene for a more engaging storytelling.
I welcome you to the foot of Olumorok. So climbing the rock is in two ways. Either you go through the panoramic elevator or the stairs, but whichever way you choose to go through, I'm assuring you are going to land at the topmost part of Olumorok safely. So Olumorok is like every other rock you've ever climbed or know about, but it plays an important role in the life of the people of Egba during an intertribal war between the Egba and Oyo Empire.
History and culture are the intertwined thread that shape the identity of a people, offering a glimpse into their past struggles, triumphs, and the rich traditions that continue to define their presence.
So from here we can have a glance view of the immediate environment around Olumorok, because Olumorok is centered at the middle of Abeokuta. But when we get to the topmost part on Olumorok, we are going to have the 360 degree of the view, which means the more you go, the more you see. So I want to encourage you to
brace up.
Brace up so that we can get to the topmost part of the rock. So let's move.
History is what we bring to you today. What is the connection between Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people? My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective. Let me take you on an inspiring journey through the history of one of Nigeria's most significant landmarks. Come with me.
I welcome you to the first level on Olumorok.
Thank you.
So this is the first level on the rock. Olumorok is in 3 stages, from the ground floor to the first landing scape. I want to inform you that you have climbed 120 stairs to come this far. Can you give yourself a round of applause for that? And I'm sure you are fit to climb to the topmost part in Olumorok.
I'll try.
That's great to know. So the first level of Olumorok is called Lishabi Garden. Lishabi Garden is named after one of our past warriors called Lishabi Agbungwakala. Lishabi was one of the warriors that fought for Egba to gain their freedoms from old Oyo Empire. It is a natural garden set aside for people to take relaxation after climbing the first level of the rock. Also at this spot, we have 2 trees that we can talk about. The first one is Dongoyaro tree. This is it here. Dongoyaro tree. English call it neem tree. It botanicizes as Adirata indica. If you get from its leaf and cook cassava and drink, it kills malaria. And if you drink from its stick, it clears bad breath from mouth. Also, its name is derived from an Hausa face, which means tall boy, Doko Yaro. This is a flamboyant tree. Its botanic is Dilonis regia. It produces some lumpo. Look at the branches. If you get from those brown pods, there are some seeds inside it. When it dries up, if you tap or shake, give a kind of sound sheke sheke. And that was where the Yoruba derived its name from. That is why we call it pansheke in the Yoruba land. The pots serve as a natural musical rattle for traditional dancers, nursing mother to play with, before the invent of tambourine and some other musical instruments. When we go up on Olumorok, we are going to turn and visit all historical places. There are some shrines and worshippers around Olumo Rock. They are not harmful. They are here to showcase our cultural and traditional heritage. So I wish you a pleasant trip as we rock.
Olumo Rock, a striking natural formation rising 137 meters, which is about 450 feet above Abeokuta, Nigeria. It's more than just a tourist attraction. It is a symbol of Egba people's endurance. The story of Olumo Rock begins in the early 19th century when it was identified by the hunter named Adagba. Though details on how Adagba discovered the rock were limited, it is well documented that the Egba people facing oppression under the Oyo Empire sought refuge here. So this is the cave. This was where the people of Egba took refuge during the war. From that side, there are some dripping water. Some water is to drop from that side. It is tagged the medicinal water of Olumo Rock. Whenever the water is gushing, traditional believers always come to pick from its drop. And they claim it cures so many ailments in the body. But the water is not flowing now because God determines when the water flows. And this grave, that's the resting place of Chief Sonny. The grave of Chief Sonny. Chief Sonny was the OC of Itoko during his lifetime. Olumo Rock is founded between two communities. The entry point of Olumo Rock, where you came in from, is called Ikija, while the backside of Olumo Rock is called Itoko community. And this is a chieftaincy title in the Yoruba land. That is the chief sitting at the left of the king in palace. As we have the Otunba and Osioba, Osi two top position to the king. According to the custom and tradition of Yoruba, when the chief died, they bury the chief either at the front of his house, at his bedroom, or at his backyard. He must never be taken to a cemetery. That was why Baba was buried here. And this rostry roof building is the family house of Chief Sonny. The family has an extension. Baba dies on the 23rd of January 1956. 20 years after his death, government took over this place as a tourist site. That was why government decided to fence the family house so that they will not be blocking up the passage of the tourists. So the people of Egba took refuge here during an intertribal wars. The war started in 1830. Then the people of Egba were under old Oyo Empire. They basically want freedoms and where to settle. That was why they consulted the Ifa Oreku for lead. Ifa instructed the Egbas to come and settle there. On their way coming down, they met a man on the road. The name of the man is called Adagba. Adagba was a great hunter farmer. He was the one that discovered Olumo Rock during his hunting process. During those periods, the entire city of Abeokuta was thick forest. Only the powerful ones and the warriors that could come around to do anything and return back home alive. But when the Ifa instructed the Egbas to come, Shodeke, who was one of the founding fathers of Egba land, led the people of Egba down here. And they were here for years. During their stay, they took the natural suspension shape of the rock advantage and built their rooms. The rock is naturally standing. They only took the advantage of the shape and built their room. So the rock served as the roof of the room. 4 of the rooms they built has collapsed, remains only that. Those are the signs of the fallen rooms. That was where they kept wives and children. Men and warriors will surround the rock so that the enemy will not gain access to this place. All these holes you are seeing on the surface of the rock, that was where they do their grindings. Like we use blenders now, Yoruba call it Oluata. So the process of their grindings make the holes deep like this. After the war in 1833, the people of Egba from Ifa Oreku to confirm maybe they should leave this place to go back to where they came from. Ifa told them to keep on dwelling here.
that this is where God has put an end to their problems. And that's how they derived the name to the rock, Olufimo. Olufimo means where God put an end to all our tribulations. Ibiti Oluwa fi ogun wàhálà ti dààmú ayé wa mọ̀ sí Olufimo. But people later shorten it to Olumo to gain a very short word. Another meaning to Olumo, Olu in a Yoruba land means God. That's God Almighty. Mo means mode or molded. The people then believe that God benevolently molded the rock for them so that they can take their refuge under it. Oluwa ló mọ̀ fún wa láti fi ṣe ibi ìsádi kúrò lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tá. God molded the rock for our refuge. So when they came out from the rock, others were asking the Egbas of their whereabouts, and they told them, hid ourselves under the rock. Under the rock or beneath the rock in Yoruba means Abe Okuta. And that was how the name got changed from Egba, and they started referring to them as Omo Abe Okuta. Also, the popular city of Abe Okuta started from here. So if you have been anywhere around the town and you have not visited here, you haven't been to Abe Okuta.
The name Olumo is derived from the Yoruba words Olu means God and Mo meaning molded, signifying God-molded rock. This reflects the deep spiritual connection the Egba have with the rock, seeing it as a divine creation that shaped their destiny. Today, the rock remains not only a historical site, but a place of cultural rituals, including annual sacrifices.
Over here, we have the main shrine of Olumo Rock, the main shrine of the rock. The main shrine is a local temple where the people of Egba worship and make sacrifices to the deities of Olumo Rock. Olumo Rock is an historical monument. It's also a symbol of Egba unity, strength, and unfailing protection. Because under the rock, the people of Egba took refuge during an intertribal war. And after the war, the rock has become a deity. That is why Egba people offer sacrifice to Olumo Rock once in a year with a big black cow. During the festival, only two people have access to enter the shrine. That is why the shrine is always locked. And the two people are the paramount ruler of Egba land, that's Alake of Egba land, and the chief priest. The chief priest is called Abore in the Yoruba land. Other traditional rulers in Abeokuta invited guests, indigenous of Abeokuta, will stay aside to say amen to his prayer. During the festival, the Alake of Egba land will pray for the whole nation. He pray for Egba unity, also the climbers of Olumo Rock, so that they will not fall. No one has ever fallen while climbing the rock. Also at the shrine, traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. When the prayer is answered, those that made pledges while praying will come back to redeem their pledge, ensuring appreciation to Almighty God and to Olumo that interceded for them. That is why we have those feather, blood, and cloth on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of pledges people have been returning. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba. There are 4 traditional rulers in Abeokuta: Alake of Egba land, the paramount ruler of Egba land, Oshilo of Okeono, Agora of Bagora, and Olowu of Owo. Traditional believers always come to make their requests in prayers. Maybe they are looking for words, children, or anything in life. So when the prayer is answered, those that make pledges while praying will usually come back with their pledges. That's why we have those feather, blood, and stuff on the face of the shrine. Those are the sign of the pledges. And the people refer to the rock as Olumo Abelowo, Abelomo, Abeloro, Asadi Mulu Egba, meaning a deity you can pray through for words, children, and every other good things in life.
You might be wondering about the historical issues between Oyo and the Egba people. How Oyo to exert control over them. The western region of Nigeria, primarily composed of Yoruba descendants, was dominated by the Oyo Empire, a powerful political entity that rose to prominence around the 15th century. By the 18th century, Oyo had become one of the largest and most influential states in West Africa, known for its sophisticated governance, military strength, and expansive trade networks, controlling neighboring kingdoms, including the Egba. The governance of the Oyo Empire was centralized under the Alaafin, the king, who was supported by a council of advisors and provincial governors. This structure enabled the empire to maintain stability and enforce laws across its vast territories. At its peak, Oyo thrived economically through agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, establishing itself as a vibrant economic hub. However, its involvement in the transatlantic slave trade created significant instability in the region, leading the Egba people to seek independence from Oyo's control. Who is Lishabi? No story about the Egba people is complete without mentioning Lishabi, the legendary warrior whose courage and strategic leadership freed the Egba people from the oppressive dominance of the Oyo Empire. Lishabi heroism is etched deeply in the annals of Yoruba history, as he led a rebellion that broke the chance of subjugation and paved the way for Egba autonomy. Lishabi Agbongbu Akala, a native of Itoku, Abeokuta, was not just a fearless leader, but also a tactician. In the late 18th century, the Egba were subject to heavy taxation and constant exploitation under Oyo's rule. To resist this, Lishabi secretly mobilized a group of Egba farmers and hunters into a covert warrior society called Egbearo, a vital step in organizing the rebellion. With his deep understanding of the terrain and his influence over his people, Lishabi led a series of coordinated guerrilla attacks against Oyo forces stationed in the Egba region. His strategy was not one of open warfare, but a methodical plan to undermine Oyo's authority. By ambushing Oyo tax collectors and military detachments, Lishabi weakened the empire's grip over the Egba. His leadership unified the Egba people, turning their frustration with Oyo into a force for liberation. Following their eventual victory, the Egba people were freed from the oppressive rule. In 1830, this newfound freedom led to the establishment of Abeokuta, meaning under the rock, a city founded under the protective watch of Olumorok. Olumorok provided both a literal and symbolic refuge as it sheltered their people during their struggle for independence. From this safe haven, the Egba built a thriving community rooted in agriculture, trade, and craftsmanship, becoming a key cultural and economic hub in the region. Today, Lishabi Agbongbu Akala's legacy is celebrated not just as a warrior, but as a symbol of unity and resilience. His actions not only ensured the survival of the Egba people, but also contributed to the rich historical and cultural fabric of Abeokuta and the entire Yoruba as a whole. By the mid-19th century, Abeokuta had attracted European missionaries like Thomas Freeman, whose introduction of Western education and Christianity left a lasting influence on the community.
Inscription about the, just a little write-up. The next spot is where we used to have the mamas. So this was one of the water pots they drank from there. Yoruba quality cocoa. With water storage and preservation, water point is as good as water from the refrigerator, but it has been cemented for proper preservation. The Yalorisha, they are here as the custodians of the rock, and people do come to them for spiritual consultation and a whole lot more. So this is a crown tree. Crown tree. Yoruba quality Gia cocoa. If a king has to be installed, or they want to make a chieftaincy title in a Yoruba land, they pluck from the leaf away a cocoa to coronate king. But this very one is mainly used for the paramount ruler of this town, Lake of Egala, only for him. And the tree has been growing there for over 250 years. It doesn't grow than this. So it has been. Poster of the newly studied Iyalumo, she's 98 years of age. And this is a poster reflecting the old Iyalumo. She died at the age of 37 years, over 2 years ago now. They have a deity they worship here. They call it Orisha Igun. Orisha Igun. That's the deity that controls longevity. They believe the more they worship, the longer they live. So they have other deities around. One of such is Orisha Ojubo Baluaye. Baluaye is the deity that controls chickenpox and measles. Yoruba call it Shopono. So if chickenpox or measles is striking all over, they do consultation from here. So whatever instruction they got, so once they follow it, everything that comes up will disappear out the go. So that's Ojubo Baluaye right there. And this Ogun, god of iron, the famous god of iron. So we have a baobab tree here. Baobab tree, B-A-O-B-A-B. In the eastern part of Nigeria, they call it Afon-Apunwa. In the northern part, they call it Kuka. Here in Southwest, we call it Gyoshi. It Botanica Sadansonia digitata. The encounter of the tree is that traditional believers always come under to pray for protections. Because there's an adage in the Yoruba land that goes those. One do ikapa, akpa okapa, one do ikai Gyoshi, akpa okoshi, one do ika konga, konga oshi binukosi. Meaning there's no way you can wrap your arms around the tree. It is impossible because of its massiveness. That's why traditional believers always come under to pray for protections. So that's the Gyoshi right there. On the floor here we have the faces of the warlord. Those that fought for Egba to gain their liberations. So their memorial sculpture was molded here. And the white share you are seeing there, that's type of money spent in the olden days. Cowrie share, Yoruba call it Oweyo. But now they know it for a fact consultation and traditional decoration. That's the olden days money spent in the olden days. Also they use it for a fact consultation. The ancient traveled to the peak of Olumo Rock. Before modernization, this is only means of going up the rock. The ancient trail is a natural passage used by the warriors to access the rock.
stands as a beacon of history, attracting visitors from all over the world who seek to understand the resilience of the Egba people, showcasing various historical pieces, traditional items, and, on the other hand, the establishment and continuous celebration of the Lishabi Festival. In the The evolution of the Egba from warriors and hunters to craftsmen, traders and national leaders, their history illustrates the power of unity and determination. Lumorok continues to tell the story of a people who overcame oppression to build a vibrant, self-sustaining community.
I welcome you to the topmost part in Lumorok. From here you can see almost everywhere in Abeokuta. And the height of the rock is 137 meters above sea level. That's about 449 feet.
This is the rich, unyielding legacy of Olumorok, Lishabi, and the Egba people. A narrative of survival, courage, and transformation. Now you see the connection. You see the missing link. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is SOUQ Perspective on SOUQ News Television.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamu Orisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a deceased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedent and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo Festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo Festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo Festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry opas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo Festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu. Eyo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoron as its palace, while Eyo Uniku, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga Oniko Iga Ologede with its green color will reside at Iga Ologede, and Eyo Agere with its purple color stays at Iga Agere. The main day of the festival is called Oye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made and various traditional rites are performed. What are the rules, regulations, and etiquettes? During the festival, what are the do's and don'ts? During the festival, certain items and behaviors are prohibited, such as wearing of sandals and shoes, since everyone goes barefoot during this period. Also prohibited is the use of motorcycles and bicycles, while public smoking is not allowed, as well as the wearing of hats and caps. Violators are often corrected gently with the okpa by the Eyo. What about the modern evolution of Eyo Festival as a potential for tourism development? While originally a sacred rite, the Eyo Festival has become a major cultural attraction, prominently showcased during Nigeria's independence celebration in 1960, and in subsequent years, it has been used to honor dignitaries and promote the heritage of Lagos. It does not occur annually, but rather on special occasions, often at the discretion of the Lagos monarch or Bar of Lagos as the custodian of the tradition. The festival combines ritual, theater, music, and community spectacle, and it is often considered a precursor to the modern Nigerian carnival. The Eyo Festival has inspired modern performances and literature in Nigeria and reflects the depth of Yoruba spirituality, the importance of ancestors, and the interplay between tradition and modernity. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome to Words of Our Fathers. Today, we'll be looking at a proverb. When the music changes, so does the dancing. What does this mean? It means that we must change. There must be change. Change is necessary in society. For companies, for individuals, for communities, for firms, for organizations, for the country itself. In the business world, there's something called diversification, where a company decides to either change a brand or go into other brands or go into other areas of manufacturing. For an individual, there's a need to change, the need to train, the need to develop one for the future. For communities, there's need for change. You need to build roads, you need to have water supply, you need to have electricity. One cannot just sit down and fold exams thinking something will fall from the skies. We must endeavor to change, we must endeavor to initiate, create. So as we begin today, let us consider change. Let us consider new initiatives that will make life better for our people. The words of our fathers are words of wisdom. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. and spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Ja People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice. With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, Fashek expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, Fashek celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek Fashek delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek Fashek as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
You have a job offer, they are going to pay you 800k per month, but you work 7 days a week, except public holiday. Or you earn 500k per month, but you work 5 times a week. Which one do you think you will go for?
I think that 7 days a week will be better. Because of the Nigerian stress and everything. The stress in Nigeria now is crazy.
Well, I'll definitely go for the one of 500k because my mental health is very, very important. I mean, what's the purpose of working when you don't have the time to spend the money you're working for or have some good time with your family? So my mental health is going to suffer.
I'll go for the one of 500k because the pay is okay, same as one of 800k, and I have to work 5 days, so I get to rest, and I'll have more peace of mind. Like, that's just it.
Okay, that's actually very tricky. Considering the Nigerian economic system, I would go for the 800 along with side hustles and all that, because it's something that could cover up for a lot of things.
I'll go for the 500k one because I like my peace of mind. I like rest days. How many public holidays do we have in a year? It matters. It matters. At least I'm guaranteed my Saturdays and Sundays peace of mind. Not that you'll be calling me to work on Sunday because there's no, I don't want that.
Probably go for the 500k a week. That's more sustainable. I can't work 7 days a week all my life. I'm human. I need to sleep.
I think the 500k because at least I still need time to rest for myself. So yeah, I think I'll prefer the 500k.
I'll go for the 500k for 5 days because I don't think I can do the 7 days per week, just working non-stop. It's very exhausting for me because I think as humans we need sometimes to relax, take a weekend off, play basketball, something, but I can't do the 7 days per week. I prefer the 5 days.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. Whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. It's a place where people would congregate. I remember being here all around the 25 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do it anymore. So there you go, that's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs and is famous for its portico and steeple.
and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concert. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that the people don't use it much time. So we used to have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. a development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing, in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with universities. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. food, and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work. For the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
The city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location, connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services, with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17th May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an Assistant Inspector General Police, AIG, in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Fuels, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then, upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of these businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion in 2005. During the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with SOUQ Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IOTO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope and trust in the future, Igor plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsavory moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of its crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration, this dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contract and base revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invest his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains, philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Deakin Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, Choiseul, based in France, topping the ranks of the Choiseul 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch or Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Tupeni, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Igor remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Igor Charles Sanomi.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration.